Well, it's the 3rd of November, I didn't realise. I want to make a video before the light goes. And so I've lit a candle. I don't want my face in it. There's enough self-obsession and celebrity culture and me. And anyone who's trying to share something is saturated by everyone else wanting to fly their kite. Well, I've posted a video today, uploaded, abandoned ship, and got back, and I'm getting extremely punished for that, experiencing a lot of targeted energy targeted at my body. Wherever I track, it tracks me in the house, and I'm too worn out to move and go for a walk. I've been for a walk. When you're not feeling very well, you're just a sitting duck to be zapped. And then I get it at night, and it's like those heart monitoring devices which measure your biology, and they know your heart rate, and they can sense your senses kind of thing and record it. So something is automated, and it's either a cell tower or like cellular radar attached into me in my home, because it goes through the walls, and you can't shield it really unless you're in a Faraday cage, and that's expense. So it notices as soon as I go into the deep sleep, and when I'm asleep, and it will start if it wants to keep me awake. Or the other plan is, if it doesn't want to keep me awake, it wants to just radiate me all through the night, so I wake up ill. It starts when I'm coming out of sleep, and it starts really gently. And then it builds and builds and builds until I wake up and go, oh, thanks very much, And feeling all your skin sensation like you've been fizzed, and then your blood's fizzing, and your targets your bowels, and you're all over your body. This particular activity, for me personally. And it's relentless, and there's no head on the seat of power, or no right arm of the law doing anything to protect people. And that's not just me. That's been going on for years, and the majority don't see it because they're treated differently, because they're not. They're saying, everyone's saying good things about everyone else. It's all celebrity and soft soap. So people pat each other. Oh, look to the good. You must look. They follow the voice, and they can't see it. So they're like any new trend. Oh, the vajazzle. Everyone, you're a loser if you haven't got one. Or all this rubbish that it comes out of the left whisper. And then everyone has to follow, and trend setting. Somebody's doing it on deliberately, putting the cookie at the top, and it bounces down the stairs. Everyone runs after it, and then they do it to the right, and then it starts again. All these silly trends and cultures, and they're just vain, and it hits everybody, and anyone who takes it aboard is swayed by it. It's like politics, exactly the same. Generate and cultivate the sides and the arguments, and keep it away from the truth. It's wicked. It's almost a case where someone says, well, what can I do about it? And it's getting almost to the case where it's not what you can do about it, it's what should have been done by everybody. leaving it to the few who've realised, been ashamed or remorseful, not only for their own behaviour but for the whole world. And they're like the Bible says, godly sorrow leads to repentance, not to be repented of, whereas worldly sorrow, just feeling sorry and worried and fearful and still feeling the empathy for other people, but it's not bringing any fruit of repentance, and that brings death. That's apathy, and that's empty. Like positivity is positively negative, without fruit, without love, without sincerity. We can all experience love and be loving, but that's a gift that you're born with, and that can run out. That's like oil in a lamp. You can lose all that, and that could be over time, or that could be a sudden environmental circumstance, like the whole bottom drops out of your life and suddenly it's all gone. There's no love in the world anymore because everyone's reprobate and going wild. It's just all riots kicking off, no one's doing anything, and everyone's heart goes, ooh, sinks down to the ground. Then it's too late. Can't get that back. How are you going to reignite? How are you going to reignite your oil lamps? No one's doing any good. Everyone's turned away from it because they deny what it is. So they try and pretend to be what it is. It's like stuffing your sins down your tights, trying to flatten them out, and then they bulge out somewhere else. And people aren't remorseful or sorry, or they just carry on going, shrug it off. Oh, I'll try better tomorrow. Tomorrow's another day. And Christians live by, don't worry about the wickedness in the world. Live for love and good and tolerate, patience, long suffering. There's enough evil in the day to worry about tomorrow. Take one day at a time. Live for yourself, but not for yourself alone. But put yourself and your own needs first, and then you can give to other people. Not I'm all right, Jack. Just look after yourself and your own. Because if you haven't got nothing, how can you help someone? Even if it's just a little. And Christ said, don't help those who can, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. You help people who you're not expecting it back. You're not looking for a return or a pat on the back. You do it out of love, out of concern, or out of, I wouldn't like to be in that situation. That must be awful. I can help out a little bit. And you do whatever arms you can. And people have been doing that for generations in Great Britain and still today, thankfully. But that's waning. And people are like looking for the answer, looking for somebody to do something rather than a theatre of pretense. And on the left you got like negative, which is also true when people give up and go, oh, and they've got a negative attitude. Well, it's true that they've got a negative attitude because of the positive negative on the right. And you deny the truth in between the two. The whole truth, the positive. The true positive, which everyone rejects, because the full positive is Jesus Christ. If you don't want Jesus, you try and imitate the positive and be positively negative because you're empty of the positive in the middle. So you swing back and forth and it divides and fractures. And all Parliament ends up doing, standing in a big paddling pool, all treading water and laughing, thinking everything's all right in the world. Well, everyone else around in the field is getting splashed, and all the soil's getting trodden down on and sodden. And that's not going to just happen overnight. That's going to be a gradual decline. And we're at that point. There's going to be a slide. There's going to be a dropping things the way they were before. There's going to be big changes. But the people trying to conceal that are going to try and patch it up with their power, with their media, and with their plans. But nobody knows what somebody's going to choose today. So no one knows how long, how much, where we're going to be tomorrow, till tomorrow, if we're alive to see it. So really people need to, well, the whole world needs to really examine themselves and come to the cross, not the broken cross, but come to the cross broken, and seek that truth and that love from a loving Father in heaven, who gave everything in the first place. And he wisely created it, knowing he couldn't force it to do good, otherwise he'd be a dictator. So in his wisdom he allowed people the choice and gave both. What do you think the tree and evil knowledge was for? What are the fruits of tree and evil good and knowledge done? How it brought positively negative and fully negative. And the tree of life, the full positive, was in the middle, was blocked from Adam and Eve having it, because that's eternal life. And if they had it at that point, it'd have been too premature. So it come in the meridian in the centre ground on the rock. The rock came and landed right in our history. People witnessed him. He raised up people in the street from their graves, and they went and visited their relatives. And it was witnessed not only by believers but by non-believers. Where's the record of that? Where's all the people that have had a family history and knowledge of that? But they got murdered out to hide the truth, so you couldn't have it, so they could keep all the goodies. And on it goes, on it plods all through history. Constantine, Rome. And people don't look at their Bible. Peter didn't even go to Rome. And he was an apostle. He was an apostle, a witness of Jesus Christ, who was murdered for it. And he was his ministry was for the Hebrews, the Jewish people. Paul was Jew and Gentile. He was a Roman. He had a Roman, and he was Israelite. He was a Benjamite. And he went to Europe. So the lies, because people don't look at the truth, so they believe a lie. The whole world are believing lies and treading water. And look what's left to deal with it. No one can pick it up. So all it can do is get somebody really fierce and horrible to sort it out and mess out, which is you can't fix it, so it's going to be all out war and collapse, and people are going to realise, and their face is going to drop, they're going to be empty and sorrowful and ghostly. But you can escape that. You can escape that today. You can have that in your heart. So when the Lord returns privately for his church, and they're taken in an instant, it's not like these corny Hollywood films and stuff like that. People leaving their clothes behind and stuff like that. They're going to be translated. They're going to be there one minute, gone the next. He's not going to appear above, like in the clouds over the north, and everyone's going to fly up in the sky, because they'll all be going out in opposite directions. Everyone's going to be there in a second, and the world's going to wonder at it, and it's going to be covered up. And then the only people left with any heart and soul are going to go through an awful tribulation, and they're not going to know 1 minute from the next what's going on. And they're going to be fear, and there's only going to be the little branch of Israel going to be saviours on Mount Zion, share the gospel, and they're going to be right in the thick of it. They'll be on the ark through the fire, like Noah through the flood. They're going to be on a little safe ark going through the fires, and everyone else is like just on meltdown. And all those people are going to be running to their bunkers soon, hiding, bury themselves, eating their food reserves, partying away, watching it on TV. I went to the library today. Every time I go into the library, the administrator blocks me to get the password in. And then I thought, what's going on here? I couldn't see any activity around me. I thought someone's stopping me from getting on. And when you want to go on anything, it's like a narrative. You've got to go what they allow you to go on. You click on something. I'm not going on the dark web or looking at anything criminal or anything perverse or porn or anything like that, or weapons or anything derogatory. I'm looking at wholesome stuff, but there's things that they block, that you can't access. Anything that's controlled. And then I went to upload a video. I couldn't do it. It took me 2 attempts to go, so I had to walk all the way to the library. You get an hour on the computer. Try to upload the video, then I'm getting blocked, then it crashes. And then I asked, I wanted to log off and go, but my screen was frozen with all my stuff open. I wanted to log it off. My email and YouTube. And I thought, I don't want to leave it all open, and because it was like responding to carry on working. It wouldn't cancel, so I could log off myself. And I called over the assistant librarian and said, it keeps crashing. She said, oh, we're aware of that. And I think I've had it on my computer at home, so I think it's a general glitch. And she said, yeah, we are aware of this. You have to just keep coming back and trying. I said it's interesting how they're aware of it. They've been aware of it for a long time, but haven't managed to fix a little glitch. I wonder what it was. I said, I'm not having a go. I said, I'm just wondering. And I said, but I'm worried because I can't log off my computer. And she said, oh, don't worry, I'll log it off from the terminal, from the mainframe, or the main terminal. And she went away into an office, and then so I thought she can see, are there potentially, there could be loads of monitors monitoring all the people in the library, what they're doing. And when somebody walks in and they're recognised, facial recognition, and they're triggered and warned, oh, this person's a dissident, or they've been told, because this is how control works. You tell people who think they're doing the right thing, and you tell a lie about a person, or they're dangerous. Here's a program we are just to stall them from doing their activity. Could you, as a good behaved citizen, make their lives difficult and monitor what they're doing, and cut them off from uploading anything, because I've been uploading things and halfway through I've been cut off, not by it crashing, but by somebody blocking it. So it's either somebody hacking into their system, or when she come over and said, oh, I'll log you off from the main terminal, and then went into a private room to do it, I thought, how many screens can she bring up? Can she see what I'm doing? Not that I've got anything to hide. I just want to protect my rights and my vulnerability to be exploited on a system that you can't, without being a hacker and doing deceitfully, deviously hacking computer systems and looking and being mischievous. You don't know what the software is doing because it's closed source. So this Big Brother idea that, oh, what you got to hide, what you got to fear, you got everything to fear, because you're potentially going to be exploited, and no one's going to be there to protect you or help you or aware that you've got a problem, because you can be cut off from the phone making phone calls. You can be cut off from you're getting hold of anyone in hospital. And I'm speaking from experience, because I've been through it, but people don't understand. what's going on and who's behind it. And that's why I uploaded the Jesuit, the Jesuit oath, the wicked Jesuit oath, which is factual, which is not it's not been debunked. It's been falsely debunked by Catholic apologists and non-Catholic apologists on behalf of the deception, to say, oh, they wouldn't do anything like that. It's factual, it's historical. I'm not saying it's the Jesuits, I'm saying it's the behaviour that cultivates in people, and that's to lie, cheat, murder, subvert, come among people at whatever cost. And the Jesuits done that to liberal people, liberal Catholics, liberal people in society, because they're religious and they want discipline, they want you to obey them, like Islam, obey them, or Mormonism, obey them. And they can, they'll have control over everything. That's what I want to protect against. That's what I'm vulnerable against. I'm not saying to people, oh, I've got all the answers, follow me. Don't follow me, I'm a bag of bits and a wreck. But you block people, it's all dominated, and the emperor wears no clothes, and he's self-harming. So I'm trying to make a difference, but you get shut down because people don't want the truth. And all the people monitoring hear the truth and they go, well, can't have that coming out. Because then people will wake up and see. It's a charade. It's a charade. And I'm not saying the law's a charade. I'm not saying that lawful people are charade, but they're in a minority, and they're at fault. They're in error. But their offices are right and lawful. Their behaviour isn't, because they're faulty and they're guilty. Like everyone's guilty. Nurses are guilty of not speaking out. All these malpractices over the years. And the king or the law in Parliament could call all the civil servants who've worked in hospitals over the years, have an amnesty, but people aren't going to trust our government because no one's going to open up because of fear of getting persecuted and murdered and shut down, threatened. So if there's a real good, honest heart that they could go to and say, these were my experiences and I was terrified, I feel ashamed, I feel guilty, I feel remorseful, rather than the normal remorselessness and the continual let's carry on. It's like the charge of the Light Brigade, the biggest blunder in military history, charging in head on into the enemy. One little error, and a proud, arrogant, I know best, charges all into the flanks of the Russians and the artillery and the full army at its face, thinking it could knock it off. It didn't even reach it. Brought down to its knees into the dust before it got anywhere. Just like what's going on today with generations of people brought in the machine gun fire of disgusting lies and deception, and this behaviour and the self-righteousness of people. Everyone's intellect, all sharp in their own intellect, and they know nothing because they're not wise. They haven't feared God. They've trusted in knowledge that they're not, and self, that the knowledge increases the self. It increases your ego and your sharpness and your blindness. And then you think you can run and tow the cart, and the cart's the wheels are on fire because everyone's pulling it. And then you're just going to jump on it as it goes down the hill and over the cliff with everyone else behind, like being run over by it. And look at the royal family. Now, I've always, had a lot of empathy for being right in the centre of media attention. And they cry about, let's teach critical thinking. And I'm not saying don't be a critical thinker, but some people are so critical they chew the truth up. It's overcritical. And the name's false in itself. You can be critical, but you've got to be reasonable and just. And if you're not a just measure, you're not going to reason it through properly, and you're not going to be able to gather the just evidence. You're going to be unjust or biased in your reasoning and your critical thinking, or your reason, common sense, and putting your evidence together and reasoning through on all the potential possibilities. But the narrative shuts you down from thinking. Schools shut you down from thinking. And now they cry out, let's teach critical thinking. Well, this country is common sense. You can't teach common sense. It's what we are. So they're killing it, and then now they're saying, we need to teach them this. They're trying to own it, stamp it out, change the seasons, change all the measurements, change everything. So you've got 100 different adapter plugs, thousands of different temperature scales, thousands of different electronic measurements. Everything's changed. Changed and changed and changed. All that does is fractures your brain, confuses people. You've got too much, and then you dumb down the generations, and they come and go. What is it? Kilometres, miles an hour, and what's the new one now? And then it's all these other scales. And then if you've got a learning disability, or you've been lobotomised by some dirty chemical or some dirty batch of inoculation that they stick into you, and you're have concentration disabilities like I do, and it can take me a long time to just fill out a form. It's just so difficult for some people, and there's no provision for it. These psychiatrists can't measure symptoms, so they don't care. They're just giving you what they think, and when they ignore one of the symptoms are you live with, you just switch off and think, well, they don't know what they're talking about. They're idiots, and they're going to slap a label on me that isn't even just. And they're not critically thinking. They're not reasoning through. What they've been taught is rubbish. Psychobabble, because the whole is obvious. Common sense and critical reasoning is obvious. Coming to a just measure is obvious, which they know, but they don't want anyone else to know, because they want to dumb you down, put shrink wrap you and put you through the sausage machine. And some people think, you got to be tough, raise your kids really tough and cruelly and coldly. And then some are the opposite way. But it's all in the Word of God, what's centred, what's true, what's right. And then once, teach a man to fish, he'll be able to feed himself. Once you've got that wholeness, then you know how to apply any common sense situation with your life. You don't need governing. They're not here to govern us. They're here to govern the administration and the running of things, and they want to run your life, but they don't tell you that. They come up with some soft soap, and then they run your life by these little mechanisms, adjustments of things, making things, regulations and rules and laws, and they take away the just measure away from you. And then they do what they want to do. They don't do what we need. They never have done and never do. When I left school, Thatcher's, when did I leave school? I was 15, I left school in 1985. The dole queue is about a mile long. I'm not exaggerating. It's right round the multi-storey car park, up the main road, past the pub to the roundabout, back down the road to the corner, past the front of the queue. I could see the tail when I was at the front, going into the sign-on. I only done it once. I never done it again. I thought, no, I don't want that. And it's nothing new. They play the same mechanisms that exist in the civil service exist today, and they cover it over soft safe and give you a narrative on the TV. Nothing to see here. No one gets all their heads together to share experiences. They've got all the knowledge. They know the true death rate. You go into the bank, nobody. It's like empty. Nobody's working in it, barring a few skeletal staff. And you go in there under the illusion that it's a busy working bank. It's just managed by two or three people. It's just like a facade and a veil, and no one's doing anything behind it. They've all got their feet up. It's like COVID. Everyone had their feet up while the world was knocking itself out through these lockdown laws and rules. They're not even common laws, they were state laws. You didn't have to follow them. They're advisory, but they make it out that it's lawful. It's not lawful. And they're deceivers. And they go on deceiving those that are deceived. Because they believe a lie. And I've always the point I was making about the royal family is that imagine being at the centre of attention and the public eye, and what that does to a child. Imagine being a head of state. You've got a family to raise. Everyone's criticising, everyone's looking, so you've got to keep up an appearance. No one truly knows what family life is like for anybody, except those in the family and round about it. And then it's so easy to put people in a bad light through media and spin and rumour and gossip and newspaper stories and hearsay. Like there was that photograph of Prince Andrew standing at the door in stockings and looking shocked round the face, shock on his face, looking round the door as he's opening it, as if he's going to open the door, a main door into the busy street, in kinky stuff, in fish tights. Come on, a Photoshop job, and is it that people are easy set up to look bad? That doesn't mean I'm saying that he's not guilty. What I'm saying is nobody really knows, good or bad, what people really get up to. But imagine being at the scrutiny of it. Look at Prince Harry, and everyone says, oh, it's a disgrace. Well, it is a disgrace, but look on the other side of it. What he's gone through. His dad any child who's had a parent split up knows the pull of the heart. You don't know what, your heart's pulled in both directions. And then with William and Harry, imagine growing up trying to keep up the appearance of the royal family member, with all the media on you, the whole world on you. You got to fall in love. They must be terrified if the public ever demand that they have cameras in their house to watch them and pay as you go. Maybe that's the future. Hope not. And this celebrity culture is just to lead people into that mentality. It's wrong. Why do these people aren't? We don't want celebrities. We want people who can do the right thing and look after things. You know, protect the coastline, protect our nation from tyranny, and that's why we got an army and a defence force. That was the strength of our country, to defend us, not go out in the world on a charge. Look what happens, and look what's happened in the past when we've gone out too far. You get smacked in the nose and your legs broken, and loads of people's hearts broken, and generationally you got people mourning behind that, trying to build on the broken glass, build their lives on broken glass. And all this media all these different opinions chewing over the fat. And you see that interview with Prince Charles when he's got his two, when Harry and William are growing up, and he's going, I hate that, so and so and so and so, and you can think, God, he's so restrained. I'd refuse, and I wonder, well, why I could never get my head around why do they put their heads on the telly? Why don't they either keep their distance? Like nowadays, they could post their own blog and then just disappear and do nothing. They're entitled to. He's the king. Why keeping up all this appearance, like politics, keeping up this appearance? Oh, we want celebrity. No, they don't. Who's generating that voice? It's not the public. They generate it. They're blowing bubbles to sell your soap, and people fall for the on the left anyway, and you're blown around like a reed. And that's what they play. Stop playing it. Start calling them out. Don't play these silly games. And do what people want. Don't listen to what people tell you that's right. Do what is right, because you know what's right. And if you're out of depth, do something. U-turn. Richie Sunak's U-turned already because he's bowed to the world pressure. And he's compromised. Now he's shot himself in the knee. And we're going to have a whole repeat of before. And they're going to say, oh look, we've got to step in. King Charles could come to the rescue. You could put the army in and say, like, we're going to close down government, give up the throne, let someone else rule us. Let's go back in the EU. Oh no. And then we'd be ruled by people we never meet and who couldn't give us they're not there on the phone, they're not there to be answer to their mistakes, and people dying and killing each other. They manage the problem the way they should manage it, the way they think the world should be run. These people are concision, and they want to sit on the seat and keep it. And our kingdom, our king and our government and our army are to keep those despots out of our nation, and those people getting into the seats of responsibility and power, because they will kill your children. They're dirty. The Jesuit oath is to infiltrate. How many other groups can infiltrate? Psychopaths, lone psychopaths infiltrate and get jobs. Paedophiles infiltrate and get jobs where they're close to children. Scoutmasters. You get a few of them, 3 of your mates in there over the years, then you snag the whole lot. Imagine getting on the seats of power, then the seats of the head of government in that office, and then you get your people down the administration, and then you get a full house, and then you can do what you like under the noses of the ignorant. And that's what the Jesuits used to do. And then they break your country, and they kill out the children that they hate. They hate Protestant children, and they dig their graves up and bounce on them, and they kill their generations. It's written in they're evil. They're not love thy neighbour as thyself. They're a Jesuit. They're a Catholic militia of the Catholic Church. They're on the dark side, and they deny, they lie, they cheat. They even admit that they lie. It's in their oath. It's in the fruits of their history or the people they murder. And they still murder people because of the consequences of the past, and that moulds it. It affects people and their attitudes towards other people because they've moulded in that impression. Like the Catholics and the Protestants, and they just resent each other, and it's generational, and they can't get over it. What they should do is put it both down. Believe in Jesus Christ. Don't believe in the Pope. Don't believe in King Henry VIII. Believe in Jesus and make peace. And kick those two out. Kick the organisation out. Keep the goodies. Then there'd be peace. They deliberately stop the Orange March right out at the most contentious point and block it. That's the British government. They block the Orange Order right outside the noses of the Catholics. And they're all going at each other. And they've all admitted that if they let the march go through, the Catholics could just ignore it, let it go on for one day. But they have to agitate it by blocking the Orange Order. Then they get riled up and violent, and then they start. Then they're the blame. Not the Catholics. They're bad as one another. It's a device. It's a rhetoric to keep that tension and that friction. It's nothing to do with fear God. Love Him with all your heart, mind, and strength. Don't live for sin. Don't live for imposters. Don't live for ideas and schisms. It's like Paul said. I'm glad I didn't baptise anybody, because they're all I'm a Paulian. I'm this and I'm that. No, you either believe and you love Jesus, you fear God, you love God because you know that He loves you because you've received His love. Then you love others like He's loved them. You're not perfect, but you're living for that love. You're not living for anything other than that. So you don't need to do violence. You don't need to commit adultery. You don't need to steal, because you're living for love and honesty and trueness. People don't want it. They mock it, think it's weak, and they got this idea that it's a yoke round your neck. It sets you free. You're light, free to do what you like, within reason. But to live a happy, just, exciting life that's rich, no matter what circumstances, rich because it's life and it's true, and your conscience is clean. You have peace, and you can love your neighbour as yourself. You can forgive people. You know what it's like because you're like that yourself. You know what their natures are like, what other people's natures are like. It's the same as yourself. You know you could be a bad person. You know you could commit adultery. You know you could fornicate, sleep around with everyone. You know you can cuss, backbite, dishonour your mother and father, steal, do what you like, cuss. It's wickedness because you don't know love. And if you taste the fruit, that whole love, not just a bite of it here and there or a little experience, or going for a whole life being a loving person, do it, caring for people. I'm not saying you haven't got love in you. People haven't got love in them. Some people have got love in them and they live for love, but they don't know God. They don't know they haven't got the everlasting love within their hearts, so their lamps never go out. And that love, that light can diminish. That can get worn down and drained. And you haven't got that instant refill, eternal refill flowing up forever. The light, keep the oil in my lamp full, my light burning, so I can endure anything, be thankful for anything, be thankful for all my horrible experiences. And I'm still ashamed of all my wicked ones. But I live for love. I don't live in that direction. I'm not unrepentant, and I keep living that way and keep doing all these things. I have slips and weaknesses, but I have an advocate in love, because I've been loved. And the world just rejects it. It pays for the world to be lasciviousness, self, and excess. The excess of self express. Everyone's running for themselves. Everyone's being cultivated to be self-obsessed. And you've got a hook through your lip, and you're dragged along by your mobiles and all your gadgets and all your contracts. You're contracted to have a hook in your lip, keep your head away from what's going on. And it's one after the other. You've got to update it. Keep you hungry for it. It's got no substance, no light, no goodness. And it's been it's been cultivated. It's like a Lego market with a Lego economy, and they make millions out of it. Like this digital currency, they're only all the little secret shareholders will pull all their money out when they've made it, and all the people left in it will be left with a load of valueless rubbish. And they go, cheers. Then they change that into something, and everyone else won't be able to. They hold all the goodies. And it's remorselessness and self-obsession, celebrity culture. Matt Hancock should be sacked. He had an affair in public. He should have been sacked. You know, really should have anyone who, you know, you can justify it and say, oh, well, they're forgiven. But who's forgiven them? You need to be born again to be forgiven of adultery, because of the damage, the seriousness of it. Once you've broken that commitment, you're looking elsewhere. So you never. Once you get it, you're looking elsewhere for something else. It starts. You can't stop it. You can try and hide it. I still got that nature. I've got those lusts. I've got those appetites. And today you can't. Wherever you look, you got sex in your face. You got some avenue into it. Even little children. It's like the norm. Well, that's how you be when you grow up. No wonder they're bewildered. And they need strong parents to look to. How many families have got a really strong, tight family? Because they're under fire. And then it's all right for these the PR of the royal family, and they're saying, oh, they're doing a good-hearted thing. But I don't trust it. I don't believe it, because I know what happens when you do go and get help. You don't get help. You get something else in the name of help. You don't get the truth, what you need. Some people do. You get what you have is taken away, and you're given something else and then they lead you along and say, oh, you don't have to worry about it now. You got help. You're better. And then they dump you, and then they misdiagnose you, or they make a mistake. And if you say you've made a mistake, they don't want to admit it. They want because then they've got to say, I was wrong. They were wrong. And then you're left with. Then you go somewhere else and you get another missed shot, missed the mark. And then they write up that this is what it is. And then you're led along on this therapy program. It's their program for you. You don't need them. You could work it out for yourself and work out your own therapy program, your own environment, your own needs, You can measure your own needs and walk along. And so all these celebrities is to mask the real problem of the mental health in history, that they've neglected and have been abusing people and murdering people and being really rough on people who've got disabilities and benefits, and keeping it away from the public eye. So when all the blood and all the lives lost started to get too serious, they come up with this PR wave of encouraging people to go seek mental health. It's the mental health awareness. They don't care. It's all right for the royal family saying this. You know, if any of the royal family just decided to become, I give up, I can't handle it, and done a disgraceful thing, just went out and fell into a real bad cocaine habit or a heroin habit, that would have been me. And then they wouldn't have to worry about money. They'd have been providing them the drugs, and they'd have had security teams round them on full-time employment, round the clock, taking them sandwiches, making sure they're looking after and protected, while they, you know, sat in their pit, in their pitfall, in their misery and addiction, away from public eye. But they'd be all right. They wouldn't know what it's like to be out on their ear, suffer. I know they've suffered and they've had it hard, but that's very shallow what they had. Do they really understand what it's like to grow up in this country? Do they really understand? Do they really or do they just overlook it? Or are they evil, deliberately evil? And it's by their fruits you should know them. So I pray that King Charles puts things back, does things how they should be done, lawfully, and protect the real faith, the faith as it's first taught from the Bible, the King James Bible, not which they threw out, which Queen Elizabeth threw out. She threw it out, she replaced it. So that was dishonest. And the world does. You ask any child at school from the last 50 years, what's the significance of the King James Bible? No one would know, be able to tell you. They'd trash it. I would have been the same. I wouldn't have had a clue, because I wasn't taught it, because it was removed from the curriculum by the regulators. The EU switch right under your nose is changing times and seasons and everything. That's Rome. That's Caesar. And it shatters it all up, confuses people, and you've got to grow up in the wake of that. Under the self-righteous, this is what you need to do, and then they change it the next week. It's not right to do that anymore. We do this. Whereas the right way to do things for the right reasons has always been apparent from the beginning, from year dot, but people choose to ignore it and do what they want to do and follow everyone else doing it and not say anything. And that's been the problem. And you can think, well, are they really aware of the dangers are the public aware of the dangers to the assaults on our monarchy and on our parliament, how it's been infiltrated, and then the right arm can't cope with it, can't get their hand on it, and then the king's got all that to deal with. He's just inherited all this stuff. Imagine being in his shoes. And then all the media, whatever you say about King Charles and his tragedy with his wife, Diana, and his family breaking up, and it being wrong from the start to ever be right in the future, and he's got his two sons from it, and they've got to live with it, with the whole world looking at them under the microscope. And then you've got Harry releasing all his heart, being led around by all this influence around with his arm around him, and he's sort of cut off from his bosom of his family, And he's like, is the tear going to get worse, or are they going to be able to restore themselves? That should they really be under that much scrutiny? What they should be is accountable, and that's what the government should be, accountable, and everyone to protect everyone else. And that's what the king needs to support Parliament, and the Parliament needs to support the king. But the king needs to be able to, or the Queen, or who's ever on the throne, needs to be able to bring those people into account, because the public want them to be brought to account. And then any problems need to be dealt with, and then there needs to be a fresh reset at the whole system, the whole civil service team, the whole lot needs to be refreshed, cleaned. Like on a cruise ship, you dock it and then you clean it with all antibacteria and stuff, and you go through it and then fix everything that's been broken, service the engines, wash the carpets, sterilise the walls and door handles and everything, every nook and cranny, and then you've got a fresh new ship, brand new ship for the people were expecting, that luxury cruise. What do we get? We get an old wagon that's been rolled down a hill, loads of kids jumping on it all the time, breaking it, and then they just leave it at the top, big wreck, the wheels hanging off, wobbling, and all excrement over it, and all, well, what's this on the handle? I ain't going down the hill in that, kill me. What a mess. And so really it's up to everyone to look to themselves. You imagine what the king's going through, the Queen and his wife. I pray that they do know the Lord, they do believe, and they do restore public trust and faith in the true and living God, not faith in Hinduism, not faith in religious beliefs that are against ours, that are against our family values, because they want to control. They're the same models. Those people want to believe those religions. We allow them in our country. We don't allow them. They're not lawfully allowed to rule us, because they're not the truth. They're not the born again Bible. They're not born again Bible believers. They don't know the Bible. So how can they say what the Bible is or what the truth is? Because the truth reveals what's in error. And we've got the truth. We've got the King James. We've got the King on the throne. And he can't be a Catholic, or he can't be anyone else. He's got to be true. He's got to be true to the faith and the word, the defender of the faith. That's what Oliver Cromwell done, because he was a believer. And he done his best job to put it in the bag and put it right and leave it for the generations. He tied it in a knot. There ain't been no one like him. He was a farm boy who conquered all these despot armies, raised a common army, discipline, honesty, integrity, fighting for their lives and families, to put all the crap, get all the maggots out of the house, get all the wolves and dirty people, all the backhanders. Took them off the throne, went through Parliament like a dose of salts on fire, and he established order and he gave it back. And what happened? Nothing. It just all slowly started to turn back, and then the enemy got in. Rome got in. Popery. November the 5th. Read. The 5th of November. That's why we have bonfires. To remember the Pope and the Popery and the devils and the murdering, the killing, the burning, raping of children, lying, coming and dressing up and spying out as imposters, being a teacher but not a teacher, being a nurse but not a nurse, being a Catholic agent to hurt people, and pick and choose who they want to treat properly and who gets who doesn't. And it goes under people's noses. It's been going on under the radar for years, and people know it. All the people, the statistics, all these deaths, they know how many deaths, they know how much trouble we're in, but they keep it from you because they've got to try and use all the apparatus that they own to try and mask the problem so the public don't get aware of it, what's really been going on, because they deny who's doing it and they allow it and they're in bed with it, so they can't say anything against it. So it helps itself and then it dominates, and then you start serving it, then it turns you over. What you need to do is turn it over back, call it out, shout it out and say, yeah, I was in, but I'm not now, I'm out. Come out of those systems, Jesus said, because all that'll be left in it is evil people and devils, blackness, sly, conniving, guileful, lustful, lascivious devils. And they're being people, and they put up this holy face, but their eyes are dark, and their countenances are fierce and evil, and they grit their teeth. I'm not saying a moment of anger, I'm talking about just a coldness permanently. They've got no light, they've got no love, they've got no compassion. They're sharpened and hardened like rocks of coal. And they don't care. They don't care how many people die to stop them from being found out. People are too frightened. People should just call it out as it is and say so and resign. But be honest about it. Call them out. Say, I will not. I have no part of this, and I'm reporting this to the law. And if there isn't no action, then someone else will pull out and add to it, and then they won't be able to ignore it. And then they'll have to rally round and deal with it. And start dealing with the real crimes. Doesn't matter who loses face, who's ashamed. They need to come to that shame, and then they can be forgiven, and then they can move on and do something wonderful, rather than carry on sitting on the weight and crushing everybody, and allowing people to be persecuted and silenced, just because they don't want to be found out. They don't want to know that they got their fingers in the pie, earning all that filthy, dirty lucre on the back of lies and murder, cold-hearted omission of doing what's right so other people suffer it. Don't warn people about that. Let them find out the hard way. These people have intelligence. They know what's going on. They know that there's all these death rates. They know all statistics. They know all your phone conversations. They know all your activity. They know all your social stuff. 15-year-old boy can hack into the CIA. What does that tell you about how safe it is? And they say it's all safe. You try and tell somebody, any public servant, like a bank manager, a bank teller, a librarian, that it's not safe. They go, oh, don't be silly, of course it's safe. It's not safe. Because it's big. You're not safe from Big Brother and crooks and liars and deviants who run all this stuff. And they're second, third parties of all the other stuff. All the software to go with it, and, it's all shared amongst themselves. And then you get all the PR from the royal family to try and help out the problem, to alleviate or appear to alleviate, and then they're calling people to go to your friends, and then go to an overburdened bloke deliberately and allowed to happen. All these surgeries, they've been overloading surgeries for years. GP practices can't complain. They're spineless. They don't stand up and say, no, I ain't going by your directives, I ain't keeping my mouth shut. No, because they're reliant on the funding. So they keep their mouth shut, and and all the, and then most of the people that go through the system end up as mincemeat, and then it's concealed from the public, and it goes on and on and on, and it gets worse and worse and worse. Then it's going to slide. You're going to have a landslide of, uproar and, hurt and desperation. Like when you drop down in a roller coaster suddenly, and it takes you a while to catch up with yourself. The experience sort of sucks the air out your lungs. People aren't powerless. People can believe and receive the gospel, receive the Lord, be sorry for your sins, call upon the Lord and believe, and you've received His heart, and then you'll be able to start and get on with your life, regardless of what goes on, what happens, and you'll escape the eternal consequences of not having that love and that light in your life, not having that oil in your lamp. And all these church religions that are wrapped up in the paedophilia. Archbishop Welby had to pay loads of fines on behalf of the Church of England because they've got involved in it, just like the Catholics, and all the organised trafficking of girls, boys, children, babies. And they all know it. They have their Jimmy Saviles and their Elaine Maxwell's and the other guy, and all the others that do that, all the other kingpins, all the other child catchers for the king and his toys and his playground. Let's hope King Charles doesn't end up like that. Does anyone really know what? I don't know half the things. I look, I see, I know what's been shown, I know what's been revealed, I know what's hokey, I know what I see on telly, I know what his views once were on religion, and it's against the law, it's against the Protestant faith, it's against the defender of the Christian faith, not the Protestant faith. And the Protestant faith was separate from the Catholic, but now they're all one together with all the other religions which are against family values. It's all liberal, and they've cultivated to get to this position. So there's a major junction of decision, and people have to choose, even though God knows what's going to be chosen. We don't. We know the outcome, we don't know the day-to-day how it gets there. So I pray for our royal family. I mean, Prince Charles and Camilla, on appearance, they've looked quite happy. And I pray they're forgiven. I pray they are born again, they are Christians, they are Bible-believing, King James Bible, and they cherish our heritage. They not only love our nation, they love the people in it. Because the people of it haven't been looked after for generations, and then they've invited loads of other people that they pander to. They pander to anyone that goes the way of the dialect and the EU people and the narrative and the false paradigm to get the ball in the net. So I pray that that all the governments sort themselves out. It's not, I'm not being unrealistic. I'm being hopeful that, even if it's a scattering, even if it's one, I'm not expecting the whole world to change. It's not going to, but potentially it could change really for the better if the right thing was done. If I had a choice, I had my way, I'd disband the Church of England and I would put a statement of faith for the Protestant faith, and I'd put legally get the right people, get the law, get it public and lawful, show what the Scripture says about the faith from the beginning, the faith that was taught from the beginning. Every believer knows it. Everyone who's been born again knows what the faith is, because they've received it. And then all these robbers tell you this is what the faith is, and they haven't received it. So that's what our King could do. He could restore what the faith is, what the gospel is. Repent and believe in Jesus Christ alone. That's what gives us our freedoms. That's what gives us our agency. And we don't live to be divide and get our own way. We live to be content, live to be happy, live to have families, live to work for a living and provide for our families, and then we're content, we're happy, and we want the same for other people. But you're robbed of that. And then it's a sponsored, advertised, dominated illusion, a spell cast to profit and keep people in a bondage to a lie, and the deception of it. And that's all filtered into our politics. It's a Mickey Mouse now. It's all on telly with a framework and tone of seriousness, but then it all spills out, and everyone sees it out spilling on the streets. What it's really doing. And then on its other face, it's showing that it would say, it wouldn't sin, it wouldn't do anything wrong. It's upright and perfect, and it knows what it's doing. And now it's coming under the gaze of the whole world, and it's like appearing as a mock. It's like mockery. It's like a shambles. It's a shameful exhibition, and that's the consequences catching up and knocking. So I pray for a change, real repentance from any one of those people who can do something for our nation and the suffering, and reverse the bias, get all the wrong people out. All these people speak for people. Oh, the English are lazy, we need migrants. That's a load of rubbish. There's a few people that buck and don't want to cheat and live a life of crime. They're in a minority, because most people want a family and want to grow up and want to do the right thing and provide and contribute to the community. And then they say, oh, the English are lazy, need migrants, and then all the people who've been denied jobs get saturated, and other people, and they pile it on top, speaking the narrative, oh, immigration's been good for this country. Yeah, in a few cases, like the Gurkhas and like the Windrush generation, and all the people that were needed, who shared our values. That black people are more proud than our own people, native people. And our native people come from all through history, come from all over the world. We're Hinds, we are a mix of people. Apart from the people who've got kept it in the close in their bloodlines more. But the citizens are all over the place. But we are been here for some people have been here for generations and generations and generations. And then it's all been diced up and mixed, and the genes have all spread out, and then we've got we mix, and that's a good thing if it's in love and it's in law and it's true. But they try to generate this to say that something we're not, that we're all racist, we're all prejudiced. No, we're not racist, just don't like the wrong thing, and you can't say that that's wrong. They say, oh, you're racist. It's stupid. We're all universal in ourselves. We can all be criminals, we can all be show our family in a bad light. That's the same with all races and religions. Doesn't matter who you are. But most people are proud to do the right thing, proud to be good, proud to be British, whatever race or colour they are, Indian, Asian. But it's the ideologies that are dangerous, and they always have been. And then we had Christianity, which was the standard of love, because it was true and it brought fruit of goodness and light, and now it's tried to be imitated. It doesn't work, you can't imitate. It's fake and phony. We all know fake and phony. You need the real thing, you need the real deal. And anyone born with the real deal in them, it's gonna, you can't replenish it, so it's gonna diminish. And then you'll be looking for how do we get the country back? Well, you got to get yourself back first, and you got to get that light in everyone else, and then everyone's got to pick themselves up and get on with it. And you're blocked from getting on with it. Families are blocked from getting on with it. Families are blocked from how they raise their children. The police are blocked for exercising their own common sense in seeing what's not really a serious crime, and just like keeping an eye on it and walking by, and then dealing with all the serious crimes. Now the police force is all over the place, and it's like governed and told what to do. It's ineffective. There's no one leading it. It leads itself. It's leading the whole self nowhere, because all the self leading it's up the top, leading it nowhere. Following the narrative, just like the politicians follow the narrative, just like the royal family have been following the narrative and caught up in this sponsorship and this come away from their self-sufficient values, which they hold to and know and believe in, and then they're getting paid by commercial fashion and stuff like that. And it's an exploitation on them. They're allowing themselves to be exploited, and it's celebrity, and they're trying to appeal to the wrong, all the general wrong, and it doesn't work. It's fake. It's imitation. It's substanceless. No substance, because it's not true. It's not love. It's not light, and you can tell by the fruit. You can't deny it. And that's what I wanted to say. And my family have been treated awfully in private. I've been treated all my life down the line. A fake rumour sent ahead where I'm going at school, and then they treat you really rotten before you get there. Told in the doctors that you're a snake, or you're a paedophile, you're a murderer or something, and then it sets their mindset towards you. Their attitude changes. And then you're treated like a common criminal, and I'm always, I know who I am. I don't shortchange people. I'm courteous, I'm polite, I'm on time, I'm conscientious. I only really get angry when someone sticks it in me, especially in private, because that's what happened to me from the start on purpose. So when it happens to me again, and again and again and again, I have to open up all that hurt, and I'm a bag of bits. My nerves can't take it. I'm shattered, and I still got to carry on going. I've been going like that since I'm a little child. I've had to go through an adult world, and we got to look after the vulnerable. Come here, I'll look after you. I'll show you. I lost my power. The power went then. So yeah, people have been looking after themselves, and they lie about it. Oh, we're looking after the carer and needy. I can tell you, my dad was vulnerable through the pandemic, and they say, oh, we've got to prioritise the vulnerable and needy, and all the vulnerable and needy are queuing up the shops, getting barged around, and people clashing on their public opinion and what they thought of other people who didn't toe the line, or people who did toe the line, you know, and it was just a foreseen mess. And people weren't aware that, you know, that they were just playing into a rhetoric, and most people were just trying to get on by through it on both sides of the stand of it. But no, you've got to be able to make informed consent. And people who did were treated terribly. And now it's all coming out, and they got to hide it, and they can't hide it. So what are you going to do? What are people going to do? Except that they repent, have a change of heart, fear the Lord, seek Him out, receive His love and knowledge that they may know, and then they could steer their families through the course up ahead, knowing that the Lord's got them, and He'll see them all right. He'll take care of them. He cares for the poor, He cares for the needy. You know, all these Justin Welby, the lip service, forgiveness, and all this stuff going along. You know, you've got to forgive people, and no, you've got to punish anyone who's done a crime and who's sincere and repentant. Will go, I deserve to be hung, I deserve to be locked up for 30 years. I'm a wicked, horrible person. I'm glad you caught me. You stopped me. You get paedophiles who've in the past said, look, I haven't committed the act, but I'm getting tempted and I want you to lock me up and help me, and they've just thrown them out on the street, and these people have held on to try and stop their urge and stop their thoughts, you know, and they're like obsessed with this nagging addiction, whatever it is, you know, whatever leads you off into temptation and you follow and engage in, and then it gets worse and worse and worse, and eventually you're going to just go, I'll blow it, or something can happen, you can be mistreated unjustly, and you go, well, I don't care about the world, don't care about me, I can do what I like, and then you go and do it, and they never deal with the thing for the right reasons. In prisons they allow the screw, the dominant dog in the prison is just a servant of the screw. The screws and the authority. And they allow it to have a bully and you to be dominated, and you have to go and do what they tell you. That's how these prisons work. That's how they treat the Albanians. Rather than stopping them coming here, they let them in, put them in horrible conditions, hoping that they hate it and go away. It just causes more problems. And then they're all spilling out into the countryside unchecked. And they don't care. These people don't have to live on these estates. They can go off to their bunkers and islands and fly off to Egypt, all the tropical islands, wherever they got friends who got friends who got friends. They've all got it in their fingers in the same purse, and they scratch each other's backs because they pander to each other and they shaft each other. So they got nothing to worry about. They don't know what it's like, even though their parents might have had humble beginnings. Everyone has to work hard for a living. Everyone has to, and they're crowing that they're successful, overlooking the disadvantage that the odds of being successful for most people are zero, because they're just piling on more and more problems, including allowing more and more people over to our country, overtaking the injustices, creating more injustices. Then they do this stunt and blame it all on something else, and then it buries all that's behind and it's ignored. And that's what I stand up against, because it happened to me as a toddler. Buried, that crime was buried, and no one dealt with it, so you're left with it. You got to carry that, and you try and tell people, oh, go, why don't you go and get help? They don't understand. They haven't got one iota clue about the symptom of post-traumatic stress. They don't know, and they shouldn't be allowed to open people up who've been through those experiences. Any battlefield soldier, all they need is a bit of love, a bit of and the environment to recover themselves. They don't need to be thrown away and left to pick their life up and pulling their families apart, and their families worrying about them, or children who are suffering and their parents around them are ignorant of what it's like to have what they've got. And that's all, many degrees of mental illness. Mental illness is a symptom that somebody's hurt and broken, and they need that understanding, they need that foundation, they need confidence and love and healing, and they need for the pressures of the world to be off their shoulders. And if they're really sick, they need protecting in a safe environment, away from the pub, getting tangled up in the public and cared for, not raped by celebrities and abused by these psychopaths who think they're so important, so sharp, and they can they're there to fix them. You're not in hospital to be fixed. You're there to be safe. Then they start experimenting on them, trying to learn about things on people without telling them. So they can control it. They control the narrative of what the illness is, and they're right off the mark of 99% of the problems. They're blind bats. They're like cranky mechanics with no qualification to give you an MOT certificate. You need the physician, Jesus Christ. That's what our history's founded on, the rock. But by and large, it's rejected. It's been the same throughout all history. But this is more so Christians' nation than anyone else's on this, and we don't get a say. Well, you say anything about the Prophet Allah, or you say anything about anyone else, you're murdered. You say, but the whole world cusses Jesus Christ, which is our laws founded on, and they're all breaking it because they don't believe in Jesus, and they haven't received Jesus. They haven't got a leg to stand on, and they really can't say anything. So they've been judged by the truth. And people should judge themselves by the standard and of the truth and the light, which is free, which is given, and which is written in our law. You can't change it. You can't change history. You can try and bury it and own what happened in history, but what Bible believers, born again Christians, know. Because we can see, although we see darkly, but we can see. The world can't see in the dark, so it relies on experts who can't see, and it follows after them. And they become giants. And then when it all goes wrong, they're nowhere to be seen. And it's tragic the way the country is. And what's going to erupt potentially could cultivate in our streets when they're not dealing with it already. All these Turkish gangs, all these Romanian gangs, all these Chinese mafia gangs, all these all the criminal underworld from all over the world. Wherever there is one, they're all in here. And potentially you don't know what's established except what the security services know that is in existence, and what else has come across, because we're in the dark. but we know about these things. The Lord knows about these things. People who've been involved in it and crossed it know about these things. The Russians, Jamaicans had yardies. You got the Chinese, the Yars, whoever they are. I can't remember who they are. And you got the mafia. And anyone else who wants to be a player in that. And then you got all the wannabe gangsters and stuff like that. And all the little independent servants of crime. All those all out to make for themselves, regardless of the suffering of other people. And then you got a useless law that's not dealing with the corruption in the powers who are allowing all these things and making millions of pounds out of it, trafficking children, guns, vice, and then all the things they have to do to keep a lid on it and protect their little golden egg, their golden goose. And it could be fixed. And any minute we are prey to any assault from any shadow power to cause us problems, to cause us panic, to have a nip at our, have a nip at the royal family, have a nip at the government terrorist attack. And that could be from within our own intelligence people. Because of spies and allowing people just to freely walk into our country and give them a job in the secret services. And that wouldn't surprise me, since they're putting these people up in hotels and letting them on the street because they can't deal with it. So it's because they're looking around to ask somebody for permission. Well, you got my permission. Go and get all those criminals out of our country. All those people who've been packed here and robbing other people of a life and opportunity. Send them back to where they come from. I'm not talking about people who rightly belong here and have grown up here, got children here. I'm talking about the political people that they allow in unjustly on a lie to say that, we haven't got enough people. The English are useless, they don't work. All the fruit pickers come over from other countries and they say, because there's no one to do it. That's rubbish. They just tell you what so they can create a narrative and pack loads of people unfairly on top of other people so they can't get a job. They're out-jobbed. They can't get a house because there's too many other priorities in the way. Trumping people's needs have been on the waiting list for years and years and years. And someone comes along from another country and instantly gets a house. And then the people doing it fairly get treated dishonestly. And you go, this is just like hypocrisy, this is wicked. And then you say, you're a racist if you're against immigration. It's common sense. You got a house and you own it. You're not going to let criminals in it. You're not going to leave your doors open when you've got children playing in their bedrooms. And if you were to take people in, you've got to have rules. You've got to check these people out. You've got to know. And if you're unsure, you've got to protect your family in locked rooms in the night. And you can't let everyone in. Pack them in the loft, pack them in every room, in the airing cupboard, under the stairs, all up the stairs, on the roof. Come on. Fill the garden, fill the greenhouse, fill the shed, And all the other rich people are sitting in their spacious areas, sipping champagne and laughing. Oh, I'm alright. I ain't got to worry about the gas prices. Well, everyone's clambering and worrying and panicking and fearing, wondering what's going on and when's it going to end. Just so that they can get their own way. It is absolutely wicked. Then you're spied on and all your personal stuff's watched. And people don't speak out, so this is why it's happened. Because people have been, don't know they're born, they've been soft-saved and, if the cap fits, wear it. I can't speak. I know that's not true of everybody. And people are victims of that. You haven't got a choice, but that's what you become. And the world has become that, fat and useless. Then they call you useless eaters. Well, they've generated you to be useless eaters so they can lord it over you. All you need to do is treat people lovingly. You don't need to write rules about it, regulations about everything. It's a common law in your heart. You don't expect the same back. So if you say hello to one and they ignore you, you just go, oh well, put it behind you. You don't go, oh, you've got to say hello back. Oh, it should be a law about that. I was really nice to you, you're rude. And I'm being figurative. Make laws for this, make laws for that. It's like straining at gnats, and like Jesus said, you're straining at gnats and you're ignoring the greater matter. Like Pharisees, it's like foolish. You can't see that. No, doesn't anyone see that? It's like speak and spell. You pick up someone on their pronunciation or their English and you dismiss all the important stuff they're trying to say and you chop them down, or you cretin, you can't even speak properly. Well, you haven't grown up in what I've had to grow up in. You haven't had your brain poisoned in secret. You haven't been whacked on the head as a baby by these evil people. You haven't had your family raped. You haven't had your family locked in a barn and burned. You haven't had your family flee their country under fire. You haven't been persecuted and despised before you have a chance to stand up. And that's what people inherit. They inherit the bathwater. Everyone, oh, you go, it's not even water. It's sewage. I'm not getting in that bath. You go, you have to, it's the law. And we've got the law, you've got to get in that. And then you don't keep the law yourself. And then they try to play how a Prime Minister should be, how he should look, how he should behave, what he should do. What he should do is just be honest, be sober, be sincere and true. Keep out of the public eye, keep out of celebrity and all that culture, and be free to speak out how rubbish, what nonsense it is. And not afraid of a lashback, a sponsored lashback by a little tail wagging this big hammer. To hit him with it, criticise him for not being PC. People should be allowed to get on with their jobs. I mean, these people should be able to, do what they should be doing. The Home Secretary's responsible for the whole police force and how the people feel about the police. And if the police aren't doing it, it's on the Home Secretary's shoulder. And they're trying to do it, and the people in power are trying to stop them from doing the right thing. So they're being put in a bad position, and they're murdered for it. And then they stick the blame on them, kick them out the door and shame them by the media. And nobody gets to hear what's really going on. I hope if they get rid of that Suella Braverman, she should just get on the telly and tell the world what's really going on. Whether she gets shot for it, she won't get shot if we're looking out for her. They wouldn't dare, because then it proves what she said was true. You need people looking out for one another. And then just call it out and say, name names, shame names on the telly, let people know who's doing what without fear of consequence. And trust God that He'll deliver you and keep you and your family safe. Don't let them blackmail you, fearing that you're not going to be able to pay your mortgage off, or your kids aren't going to be able to go through college. So that's how they hold people. Or if you don't do what he's saying, you're out of a job. Toe the line or else. No, you're lawfully bound to, because if you do that, you're just as guilty. You know, the Nuremberg trials, all that was a waste of time, because it's not illegal for our governments doesn't see it as illegal to experiment on people without their consent. So what was the point of that? And England, Great Britain were the victors of that war, with all the other Axis allies, you know, the Americans and all the other nations on that side. So why write a rule and don't keep it yourself? It's disgusting. So how can that stand on it? You know, how can that stand up? That's what Jesus said. You can't stand if you're divided. A house that is divided can't stand, because it's not true. It's not on the rocks, on the sand. And so is everyone else who's not born again. And the Church of England aren't born again. There might be one or two people in it that are born again of the church, but the Church of England or any other church doesn't speak for Christ or the Bible. And they don't know it, and they title themselves Reverend and Your Honour, Holy Father. They're not holy, they're sinners. There's no reverence, there's no titles. Jesus says, don't call man, like run after someone, Rabbi, Rabbi. Teacher, Master. There's only one Master, that's the devil. And God, Jesus is God, He's the Lord. He's the governor of everything. And He said, don't have these titles or costumes or vain images, engraven images, carving animals, carving idols of Mary and idols of Jesus, and putting Jesus on the cross in a statue, you know, things like that. Making little trinkets, like the nativity stuff under people's Christmas trees, and then tying it to an ancient pagan festival, calling it Christianity, and mixing it all together. And it's not right. It's not meant to do with Christianity. It's meant to do with the Bible. You know, and now it's all about Father Christmas and self. And children don't know the alternative. They don't hear it in schools. They hear Darwinism and all the other religions other than Christianity and what the gospel is. And the gospel's left out. You know, I'm not necessarily a believer of going whole hog, making people eat the gospel and the Bible teachings at school. What I would have would be, as if I was a headmaster, I'd have the opportunity for if I was a Christian, I'd have an assembly, and I'd have a little reading, and I'd pray. And if anyone didn't want to pray, or they felt like they didn't believe it, they didn't have to bow their head. I wouldn't make them. And if anyone wanted to learn about the gospel, they could go to a set place and be taught it, and they would hear what the gospel was in the assembly. And that would be that. They wouldn't be rammed down their throat, they wouldn't be forced to believe it, but they would at least see it. Like I saw it at school, I saw the fruits of it. I saw the bad in it as well, because it was all these systems were set up by Freemasons. And then you get all the astrology and stuff crept in, and all the elevatory craft comes in, and and all corrupted it, and the message is lost. But you still heard the gospel and the Bible being read, the King James Bible being read, and you were touched by that, and you never forgot that. And all the other stuff you saw through it, like everyone does. But you couldn't argue against the Holy Spirit and hearing the Word of God being read. And that's what schools don't have anymore. They don't have that alternative. They have all the wishy-washy stuff, and look at the fruit of that. It's all liberal. Oh, you can have faith in anything, don't matter. Oh, your truth is not my truth. Oh, timber doesn't come from trees, that's just a matter of opinion. How do you know that Jesus isn't real? So it's just a silly belief, a matter of opinion. He is real. It's not a matter of opinion, it's a matter of fact. Because you don't believe it, you don't know it. So you haven't received him. And you don't know he loves you and has loved you. You don't know God's love through his Son, through his gift, through his life, through his holy precious blood. And you need to be washed in the blood to know that. It's a free gift. And the world is going to burn. So I pray that people do turn from the burn and believe. Go to the cross, go to the Lord, get to your knees, call out. Have mercy on me, Lord, a sinner. I am wicked. I know that I am wrong. Sorry I've offended you. Sorry I was so ignorant and rude. Sorry I didn't believe you. Sorry I cussed you and blasphemed, done all those perversions and dirty little secrets in private. All my little habits, you see, that I try and keep away from people. All the hurtful things I've said, all the little dirty actions I may have done. I'm sorry, Lord, and I believe I would like your forgiveness, and I believe in Jesus with all my heart. Have mercy on me. And then believe in faith and keep believing. If you've not received, keep believing, keep praying, keep believing, and read the Bible, and learn the Bible, learn how to divide the Bible, learn the context of the Bible, and pray and seek, and the Lord will lighten it, align your footsteps and correct you, and feel and give you light, give you edification, give you His Spirit. And the more you read, the more that you learn, the sharper your discernment becomes, and you know fully what it is you've received. And when you're looking in the Lord's face, and everything you know is right before you, that you're known. You know God, and He's personally saved you, and He's eternal, and it's all going to wash all the horribleness away for good. But don't anyone deny me, any psychiatrist deny me of my pain or my suffering or my history or my past, what I've been through, trying to give me a packed up supermarket ready meal fix on a budget shoestring, and you get 10 minutes or an hour or 6 weeks or whatever, and then they package you on a deal and they haven't dealt with the issue. No, I've got the real deal. I've got God, and I've got His fullness. He's my physician. He's fixed me, He's shown me, bit by bit, line upon line, picked me up when I've been let down or failed, and I've learnt from those mistakes and trusting in the wrong people. But I've learned from it, I took things from it. I've taken things from psychology and psychiatry, but the whole thing is fake. And he's given me the healing, he's given me the understanding, he's given me what I needed, what I craved. He knows my symptoms, he knows what it was that caused it. He showed me it, he led me to find out. And I live by faith, because I trust him, and I hang on. And I believe him every day, and I believe him every day as I have done from the first time I believed. And if he wasn't real, I wouldn't have carried on believing. I would have cried on the rooftops. It's a load of crap trap. But no one can do that, because the Bible's true and people know it's true, because it refutes that which is evil. It refutes those false religious, false gospel, false Christians, false Christs, false ideas, false philosophies and false gods. So we got the fullness, we got the wholeness, we got the word, we got the bread, we got the source of all living water, because we've got the word of God in Christ and his faithful Father, our Lord, our God, our Creator, and our carer, and the world's carer if they would allow it. Anyway, I'm going to round it off. So, as if I live to post this video, I'm getting severely electrocuted even now in my living room. I just given up trying to measure the strength of it or where it's coming from. I just just wait, trust the Lord, pray that he will remove it. Pray that he'll deliver the people on the end of it. Pray that it will come to naught. But I don't know. I know what's on the end of it. I want to get me sick. I want to shut me up, get me in hospital, and take their venom out on me. Because that's what they do. That's what Catholics do. That's what my grandfather done. He wasn't in on it. He was just influenced by it and raised by the people to do that, and the mechanisms in the army that taught him that. And it all burst out of him. He couldn't control it, and I had the full dose of it. He was ashamed after I forgave him. But I've lived with the damage. Jesus Christ has still got those holes in his arm, in his hands. One in one hand, one in the other. To remind him and to show his suffering and love for Israel. And his love for all mankind, that he died in your place. All those loving things you felt in life are his gift, and he's the fullness of that. And you can taste that and have that, and you can share that with others. You can be a light to others. You can be a kindness. You can make any little difference, and the greatest difference, and the least the difference. But at least you're making a difference for good. And not tearing one another apart, not chewing up the fat, not dividing up the spoils, dividing up people's minds and trampling all over it and muddying the water. That's what's going on. Lies and lies and lies and lies. And people are going to be deceived, and they're going to miss out and go into judgment and hell. They're going to go into tribulation. All the evil plans that are in the background to go ahead, however, whatever happens. You know, who's in and who's out, or who's on one stairway and who's on the other stairway. Who's on one freeway going one way, who's on the freeway going the other way. We don't see on a moment-to-moment basis because we're in the dark, and people have a choice and it fluctuates. So I pray for true repentance for true people. And some repentance from people who know that it's true but don't necessarily repent straight away. It takes time. People need that space to grow. People need that opportunity to find out for themselves. That's why we have agency. You shouldn't put pressure on people who are trying to recover themselves and heal. Put them on a conveyor belt. Sick people need a right environment. People with post-traumatic stress need a clinical, quiet, peaceful place to recover, and then they can build their own lives. They'd be willing to find their own way forward, but they need support. They don't need their care taken over and put on a directive. You got to do this, you got to do that, because that's what the world does. Oh, this is what you need, and you're reliant on them. You go to see them, and they go away home and leave you locked up, or leave you unsupported or untreated. And they tell all their friends around their dinner parties, "Well, oh, my husband or my wife's a lead psychiatrist or psychologist. Oh, that must be wonderful for you, helping loads of people." You don't know the half of it. You need to get off your horse and drink your milk and know what it's really like to be in someone else's shoes. You know, Michael Petrol, the ex-Tory MP, you know, one thing he did that was good was he gave up his home and family, he gave up his wages, although he's loaded, you know, and it was a culture shock for him, and he went, I think it was a documentary, or a short clip of on the documentary, I can't remember, or it was a whole programme, but he went to live with the accommodation of a single mother on an allowance, you know, pennies rather than pounds, but he had to budget, he had to do his shopping, he had to pay his electric and everything else, his council tax and everything he needed, and then to know what it's like for himself to live off where in that environment, in that area with that money, with those circumstances, but only for 2 weeks, not like going through everything to get there, and then having to be there, and then live there, potentially for the rest of your life, never really getting your head above water, and then giving up and going, oh, I might as well, you know, have a nice cream cake, or a bottle of drink, or whatever, or I like that, I have a pair of those. And then you're trying to fill superficially that hole with something else other than that love and that life, because you're captured in that oppressive circumstance, because that's deliberate to keep you there. So you're like a battery pack. Well, the fat batteries are plugging all their light bulbs in for light, for their discos and their jukeboxes and their parties. As we've seen it, you see repeats and repeats of it. It's the same thing over and over again. And nothing really changes, nothing new is under the sun. But seasons change, and this season is going to get horrible. No matter what, they all talk the truth on the telly. It's going to get tough, it's going to be austerity. And they say, oh no, I don't think that, I think we're alright, we're scrape through. So no one really knows. Look for yourself. It's whenever it's going to, however quickly it's going to start to deteriorate, or however badly it is, nobody knows, but it is deteriorating, and it is going to get worse and worse. Because even if they make an attempt to hedge things, it's still the same problem. We're back to the same problem, and the same lies and the concealing of the truth. Those omissions, and they're not going to deal with it. Otherwise they would have. But I don't know, I pray that there is change, and I pray our nation isn't attacked by false flag machinations or foreign powers, or we get dragged into the conflict, or something springs up in our country and tries to have an attempt at guerrilla warfare, and then that encourages other groups to join in, then it becomes anarchy and chaos, and then all the government do is hide and leave the public in the middle of it, and they fly off to Barbados or wherever they've got a safe haven. So I pray people, I pray the Lord will intercede and help people get out of the pinch, help people get out of deception in their mind, in their hearts, in their life, deception of religion. Those are people in the God's people. God, the Lord said, "My people come out of that place." So there is, potentially there's the Lord's people in those trapped in those. They're all trapped, but there's the Lord's sheep in there. They need to get out and separate from it. And a lot of those people are vulnerable people. And deceived by it, and they follow along. And the blind follow the blind. Nothing changes. So I pray and I hope that we get some action. Anyway, I wanted to share those feelings and thoughts and experiences, just in case something does happen to me and I'm no longer, or I get shut out permanently. And I was sitting in the library. They've built a cafeteria in there because they're not getting money from the government to make money to, I suppose, subsidise it. And then you got this monitored service that is unsafe, and then it's gated. You can't look at everything, although it's not something you shouldn't be looking at. It's something you're not allowed to look at. And you've got all this mischief to make your life difficult and keep you locked out of things. And you're locked down by stupidity and ignorance because all the lunatics are running the asylum. Then you go to see people, they haven't got a clue what your problem is. They don't really understand where you're coming from. And you say, look, I need this because it's not there to provide you. And then they point you in the direction of the people where the problem is. Like the doctors, or you try and get a decision overturned. You get attacked and assaulted. That affects you getting a doctor. They don't treat you for saying, right up, it never happened. That affects, you go to the doctor with more symptoms. They don't want to know. I've got 10 minutes, you've got 10 minutes. Well, I've got 1,000 symptoms for all the things you haven't treated. Car accident, post-traumatic stress, serious headaches, and injury, damage to my neck, damage to my cartilage, damage to my tendons, damage to my voice box, my larynx, my diaphragm, damage to my eyesight, damage to my hearing, damage to my shoulder. Oh, it's just whiplash. How do you know? Well, you're an armchair expert all of a sudden. No, what you mean is you haven't got the money, you don't care, get out. Then you complain about their malpractice and what they didn't do and what they covered up, and they go for your throat and they send their mates round, their dirty mates, to try and get you sectioned into a mental health unit. Well, who's in that mental health unit waiting for you? They just want to shut you down. They use well-meaning people to do the dirty work who've been told a lie about you by another professional who believes it, and they come, like, you can really wind a copper up on the mental health section or that person's resisting, they're nutty, and they might get violent, they come round with a hard-on, expecting danger, and it's all serious, and they got the right authority to do it, but they've got no legs to stand on. And they just put a bad onto, open you up, open your guts up, poke it around blindly, and say, and this is what you need. What I needed was you for not to have me to come and have my guts opened by you, for you to spit in it and have no idea what you're talking about. And it's the same everywhere else. You get just a different version of the same delusion and unfounded treatment, and you've got the authority, and you can't even show yourself approved that you know what you're doing, because you come out time and time again with a different answer. You're idiots, you're morons, you're fools. You're deluded, and you're paid thousands of pounds. And you destroy loads of people's lives. And you hedge up their hopes and their potential and put them in a shrink-wrapping pouch, stick them in the microwave and cook them. And then you're driven by the breakfast TV and all the soft soap and all the adverts. If you've got a problem, go and tell your doctor. And the doctors are crying out, we can't cope with all this. And they're all like, oh, what you must do is go and see your doctor. And doctors can't handle it. They haven't been able to cope for years. They're overpressured and racing and rushing, and they're put under pressure on purpose by the government. And all the people that are victims fall through the cracks, or a little ball bouncing between a rock and a hard place. Crushed. And people are stamping on them, you lazy. Oh, you're a useless you're a scrounger, you're a cheat, you're just trying to get out, go and get a job, or whatever. This quick armchair without even considering what someone is, what someone has, their value. Listen to understand and show that you understand what it is, and lead them on a healthy path. That they understand, that they can understand themselves and then work a way forward with support, and then be left to get on with it without have their lives taken away, locked up and probed around in a private hospital, loads of people hovering over you in the middle of the night, and you've got no private cubicle. You can't get to see you can't get to see your doctor for another week or two, and you're stuck in a community of sick people puking all over you all day and getting dragging all the socialness into it, all the celebrity into it, and all the opinions and all the division, all the politics into it, and you've got to sit in the middle of that. You can't walk away from it. And what you got then? And everyone's pulling each other's guts apart in the mental hospital, and people pop and lash out, and all the staff are locked up in their little cupboards. And then they go, we don't tolerate violence. I've seen it. I've seen people kick off in these places. I used to be in and out all the time with people, visiting people, collecting people, trying to keep them out of there so they can get back on their feet and get their independence in their own little house. That's what I'd done. And that's why I saw the spill out of the government, the spill out of the blood, the NHS, not only in the mental health system. I've even cared in the voluntary care for patients, in and outpatients or hospitals, how people are treated. And you've got these snotty, sharp nurses that are like cold as ice. Leave you in wet soiled clothes or blankets. They open the windows and leave you. Or like, oh, you've done that now and I've got to clean that up. You can lay there all day, mate, in the cold. That's how they are. That's their attitude, playing those little power games on people. No one coming around and keeping an eye on it. You've got all these cameras. Let's put all these cameras on the royal family. Let's put all these cameras on the Houses of Parliament in their private lives, and pay as you go. That'll top the budget up. Put them on the police so that we can have access to everything. We're the little brother that's got the handle to the big brother. And we can watch what they're doing in secret. We can watch teachers in private. And we can say, what you got to fear? About you're all speaking about transparency and honesty. Well, let's have a look then. Let's see what you're doing in private. Who you're socialising with. I'm not saying all your personal stuff, all your intimate stuff. I'm saying let's just see your lifestyle. Let's see around who you're mixing with. Let's see where you're going in the woods and meeting up. Let's see who you're associated with, who you know, who you see regularly, who you see occasionally, who you see on the sly. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at your lives. You're looking at all our lives. Let's have a look. Let's turn it around. Let's have a look at these people. Let's see what's going on. Turn the argument around. But what you got to fear? Your privacy? That we're going to exploit you, make millions of pounds out of you, like you do us? Charges for advertising that we have to digest and see every day, over the telly, over the pasted everywhere. You don't pay me for that. You should be paying me for that stuff. You should be asking my permission if I want to see that out in my life. And all you do is take the high ground so you can look away. You're bombarded with it subliminally. And then it's injected in the media on things. It's all about money and then using good and truth as a mask to get your own way. Oh, let's have a listen around, let's spy on people, see what they're saying, and then we can make policy by that. That's what these the bad think tanks are for, or the misappropriation of the think tanks. They're getting their feelers out. Let's see who's going to complain, and let's ask the question, let's get people to report crimes and stuff. Anyone who reports it, we know that they're the sort of people who are going to say anything. Let's put them on a torture training, a torture program. That's what they do. They've done that in World War, in Nazi Germany. To divide the Nazi out, you create these parties, and when all the parties sign up to what party they're going to be in, they know which party, what one group's going to stand for, and who's going to be loyal to the criminals. And all the people that stand up for this party, this is before there's any knowledge of any war. They just someone comes along with the idea in the rally and starts crying in the street about this party. And that party's been set up to draw out the right people who are going to protest against killing people, treating the Jews badly. And they go, right, we need to know who those people are before, and then we can clip their wings before we get started, you know what I mean? So they create this division and it splits, and all the split is like the early precursor, the recruiting the Nazis and all the Germans. Then they're measuring the strength of each side, then they go and persecute all the people that they hate, to shut them down. And then they build up the rhetoric, then Hitler comes out in the public, the Nazi party's born. And it's all cultivated. And all the people who do right, they know, they stamp them out before they get going. And they still fail. They still manage to fail because they're unfounded, they're gutless. No matter how hard and bravado they got, they're gutless. They might be stubborn and clever, and they might be able to do a lot of tactical damage, but they eventually they will come down, whether that's by someone else or by their own foolishness and blindness. But there's no need for these wars because they could all get on. They can all, most of them could stop the others from getting out of hand. So why do they have to play all these saber rattling games and false flag attacks? They could give up their regimes and turn them into something completely better. Anyway, that is enough. So I'll close now and pray that we see some fruit. I pray that people will be, brothers and sisters will be lifted, and chance to shine, get their hearts heard, get their desires met, get their needs supported. I pray for our well-being, our needs, and our increase, and the increase of the gospel and the free course of the word, that we could reach these people, reach some people, call out people, see some victories and something to shout about, rather than going, oh no, not again, not another U-turn. Oh no, they're like dropping like flies. And we're praying, and then they drop like flies, like U-turn, bow down. Come on, get some spine, get some backbone, get some salt, get some heart, get some confidence, get some support, and get going. So anyone hearing, all the best, and I'll close in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Right, as a PS, just got a few thoughts I want to tie up. Loose ends and things I skipped. In the library, I noticed sitting next to a man who was unwell. My first impression was he was huffing and puffing, obviously discomfort, verbally communicating to the whole library that he's having trouble, banging his chair, and he was talking to himself, talking out loud about everything he was doing and everything that was on his mind, and he was shuffling and banging his stuff and moving from one table, then sat down next to me on the computer, and I noticed what he was looking at, and it was classic symptoms of somebody with delusions of grandeur or bipolar disorder or schizophrenia. And just vocally harmless. I'm not saying he was dangerous. He was just like crying out. And he had all this business, looked important, but it was all big, fat, bulging out envelopes of all, and he was researching like YouTube videos, looking for things, and he had a map of a crashed space rocket, and he was looking for the evidence to find things, and he had all these envelopes with I didn't look in great detail, I didn't stare. I just noticed sort of literally right next to him, he was writing on the envelopes things to identify these big bulging envelopes with these clips in, like an obsession. And at first I thought, oh, he's the poor guy struggling to do all his bills and that, and it was nothing. There was no bills at all. It was just all fantasy and interest, but it was gobbledygook. And I noticed he kept getting louder and louder, and I thought, I just can't concentrate. My head's buzzing. And I wasn't gonna say anything. He was harmless, and I was just struggling to concentrate. And that was my point. Is that when any noise, I can't. It just disrupts my concentration instantly. I can't sit in the cafeteria and blurt out noises. I just want to scream. Just got to get out of the room. So doing anything on a day-to-day basis this is just one symptom of it. It's interrupted. I can't concentrate, can't get anything done. And then you've got problems on a computer, or you've been lied to, or you're mucked around, you've got to chase up all the loose ends, and you get tangled in this stuff, and there's no provision for you. You've been left out, you didn't get a say in all these gadgets and all this technology, you just have to lump it. And when you try and say, look, I don't want this in my life, they say, oh, you just got to get on with it. Well, no, I cannot get on with it. It's impossible. I just had to get out, and I got up, and it was upstairs in the upper floors. Walking down the stairs, and where the cafeteria was, it was getting louder and louder. Some bloke was effing and blinding, and I thought he was going to kick off. And I thought, all at the station were like women, not saying anything. Nobody was saying anything. This guy was getting angry, and I'm glad I left at that point. But as I was leaving, it simmered down, and I just got a taste of the state of things. And returning the day before, I couldn't walk back, but I'd been the day before that to try and upload this video and failed. I thought I'll come back tomorrow. The time I got home, I couldn't. I was almost lame, and then I get all this aggravation at home. Then through the night, then I have all the tones, directed tones, and possibly radiation vibrating through the gas pipes, but there is no gas pipes where I'm hearing the sound from, or it could be water pipes, I don't know, but I'm getting this targeted sound, and I can hear it outside also, so it's not the house, and that just shatters your concentration. And as I was walking out the library the previous day, not today, not on the 3rd, but on the 1st, where I got blocked and I had all these problems, and I spoke to the librarian about the not being able to log off. And as I left, this lady glanced at me on the reception, this elderly lady, quite distinctive. And I walk out the library, turn left, walk about about a mile, come to a one-way system that's split. So it's on one road, then it splits into the one-way, and then joins back up. And that's about a mile from, it's about healthy pace. It's about 10 minutes, not even that, 5 minutes. And as I got to the one way, the woman who was at the reception walked past me and coming towards me. And I thought it's impossible for her to get in a car, drive all that distance, and then why would she be dropped away from where she lives? Because the one way would take her past the direction she was walking. And then she had to look at me in the face. And I thought, you're the woman at the I just seen you at the library, and you just miraculously in a few minutes appeared in front of me. And it wouldn't make sense for you to be dropped to walk back to where you just gone past. There's no reason, there's nothing there, there's no shots you could have been dropped off and walk back. And I thought, I'm being gang-stalked, that's a gaslighting. I've had it many times, hundreds of times. I just wanted to highlight that. And I want to say this in case anything happens to me. So all this radiation has affected my circulation. I get burst blood, like split blood vessels in my fingers and in my feet when I walk. So it's having an effect on my body. And all these radio frequencies all cause biological symptoms. Some instantly and some over time. It's like subtle. And when you go to a doctor or who are silent about it or won't say anything about it, they won't go there because they'll be closed down, they can say that's a natural cause, that's because you do this, or that's because you do that, or that's hereditary, or whatever. It masks real health symptoms, but they look like real symptoms. You can generate schizophrenia, they can cause stroke, leukemia, diabetes, malignant tumours, all by different frequencies. They can cause fits, they can cause heart attacks, they can cause leukemias, and all sorts of biological problems with your what's the adrenaline, endorphin system, your adrenal glands, and your all that system. They can change that, affect your moods, affect your mind, and affect everything. And it all looks like natural causes. They can make you delusional. They can aggravate you and condition you until you are ranting or talking to yourself. They can really break you. And then they're going to try and train you like a little rat to do what they want. If you don't do what you want, punishment. There's no logic to things sometimes. And if they don't get their own way, they just want to test on you or keep you down. So I had those little games. I wanted to mention it just in case something does happen to me and people can investigate it after. No point in paying for your burial because no one will see it through and you'll just be cremated. You won't get a choice. I know, I've been through it, I know. And when you complain or challenge a coroner, they say, I don't care, hang up on you. When you write, you don't get a reply. And then you got to go and chase it up. And you ain't got the energy because you've been smashed. Not only have you been smashed from the beginning, you're smashed on a daily basis and they expect you to jump up for the carrot. And when you say no, you're breaking the law, you're not providing me what I need, they don't like it. And then they come after you subtly and they get good people to do it. They tell people lies about you. And so I just wanted to say that in case anything does happen to me and there's a record and then they can't say natural causes or he committed suicide and they write a note. I'm not going to commit suicide ever and I wouldn't write a note. So if they were to kill me, people would know, he said he wouldn't leave a note, and they'd forge a note to make it look like suicide. But only if I was really, 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 really desperate. But the Lord's with me, and that doesn't ever seem to come. That's like my burden's light. I'm happy, joyous. Obviously, feeling the sorrows of the world and feeling the pinch and experiencing the activity, but I can still rejoice and rest, and that's important to remember, to rejoice, not get bogged down in the swept up, knocked about. So I wanted to add that point, and something about I've considered about the royal family and wonder how it's going to play out in King Charles' coronation, and what sort of king he's going to be, and how he's going to tackle things. So I'm going to be praying and hoping. And you can look at it could go both ways. Look at the worst extreme, that he comes out and springs on a carefully calculated agreement with other countries and nations and exercises powers that have been held back and hidden. Or he could have it like King James the 5th of Scotland, King James the 1st of England. He'd lived the high life, I think. I don't know an extreme amount about King James. But he was a family man, a close family man. And he done the right thing because of his heart. He repented and got going on the King James Bible, and left us that wonderful legacy, that rock, and that example, that light. And it's not an idol that people worship, it's a living water, it's the foundation of truth, and it's a gift. And we've got it, it's our nations, and we don't deserve it. And it's trampled on and used as a doorstop. And it's put in a black bag, so no one sees the truth. And the royal family could be, imagine if there's Lord forbid, imagine if there's an assassination, or Prince Charles comes unwell and has a sudden bout of illness and passes away. And then what would happen? Would Camilla be queen? Or would Prince William be king? And what if someone takes out Prince William, conspiring because they want their Harry on the throne or something, and then they use Harry to do their dirty work, or use William, or use Prince Charles, King Charles. Who knows what they're up against? They are, and what sort of people are around them. Their spiritual advisors, their military advisors. Are they true? Are they got his best interest at heart, the nation's best interest at heart? Has he? And it's all written in the cards. It's all, the intentions have been revealed, because I've seen things, and I can read what the hidden meanings mean or suggest, but that doesn't mean that they would happen. It doesn't mean everything they try, their magic works and bring forth fruit. So it's an interesting, precarious time in history. It could be a perfect storm, or it could just be a hiccup and a repeat, and another round of COVID and something else. We've got avian bird flu now. Could be another COVID. Could be something to cover up or contain something else coming out, and then there could be a real threat, not one of their threats, but a real threat that they weren't expecting. It could be an in-house rebellion, or there could be dissension and anarchy, and they're unable to contain it, and then it catches fire. Who knows? I pray not. The Lord said that while the church is on the earth, the gates of hell aren't going to prevail against the church. That doesn't mean we're not in danger individually, but as a body we're safe, we're protected. But we could get sifted, we could get killed, we could get martyred, we could get chastised and our lives taken because we're sinful. We're not being honourable, we're being dishonourable. We could lose our lives and any increase. And who knows how many, how much time we've got, and how many people are going to receive the Lord. I hope for quite a good few, quite a good many. And there's time for people who are just come on to Christ to grow and have some experience. But there's got to be an end point somewhere. You're in your heart you pray for the Lord to return, and in your heart you pray for people to get saved, and you pray for calm for our lives, and opportunities to grow and prosper. So I wanted to add those points. And what's my other point? One thing I want to add also is I mentioned shielding. Now there's two things I've discerned, and by process reasoning and process of elimination, I'm constantly mulling over this, considering this what it is, and forgot. Cellular radar can track, and because it's just like a biochip, and it knows your signature, and it just connects onto you like a mobile phone, and follow you wherever you move, and it can see you in virtual real time, like a point cloud. It can be plotted like an X-ray, so you can be seen wherever you are in the house with this technology. It's active all the time, and anyone who's given a blood test recently or had their DNA or on a digital database is basically given permission for these private people to hook onto these cell towers, because they're all private. You can all hire one, stick your own equipment on it, just like you can launch your own satellites in space, just like you can build your own HARP station and supercomputer and have these systems, but you need billions and billions of pounds and an endless supply of people to help you. So one of the things is I think it's a very low signal, and that's what reads my brain pattern, so it knows when I'm asleep to activate the other thing. Now the other thing is a mystery, because there's no electronic magnetic signal to it, so I do not know what it is. What can it be? Is it sound? Is it some other technology? It's coming up through the floor. It can track me, but you can't shield against it. I've tried everything to shield against it, barring lead, because I can't afford to buy lead and waste money on lead and go, oh, that's not lead. It's found a way around. I can't line my house in gold or lead or something really dense, or carbon or zinc or something that it can't penetrate. I don't even know if that would work. But lead would, if I could seal the windows, but lead's poisonous, and then it's expensive, and then you'd have to weld it all together. No thanks. And all the fumes and that. Or a Faraday, one of those nets you sleep in, canopies, or you live in a caravan and seal the windows, and it's not going to put it, this, whatever it is, penetrates it, and your whole, all my leg is just like vibrating, all right up my shin, up my knee, up my leg, and it's all over. I can feel it where the radiation is touching. So at the moment it's directional, but a few seconds ago it was all over. And when I'm in bed, it's just like all over and concentrated in higher intensity in one area, and your brain's trying to read it and follow it, and you just got no understanding or knowledge of what it could be, or other technologies, or that there's no information about them. So you're trying to use your understanding and your own knowledge of the different areas of science, or the different areas of technology, and advancements in that development of those technologies. And one of my main concerns was it gamma radiation or X-ray. it's dangerous to use it in a straight line because speed of it, and it goes through everything in its path. But if it's directly below and it's directed up into space, the only person it's hitting is me. And if it's on a low dose, it's not gonna give me radiation sickness so quickly, but it's going to make me ill eventually and trip me up, and then they can process me in private. You know, these people can be ambulance drivers. These people can be, you know, you could be an ambulance driver, do something really bad on one day of your career and never do it again. Or you could be an ambulance driver who's infiltrated to get onto a team so you can be mischievous and harm people you don't like, people you want to get rid of, people in the community that you don't want, because you want to dominate, or you want to, or on a bigger scale you're serving a bigger agenda and you're silencing people and shutting them down. And I know throughout my childhood that see, my mum was a Catholic, my dad was a gentle Protestant. He wasn't a member of the church. He was a member of the Church of England. But my granddad didn't believe in religion, and neither did my gran. I didn't find that out until later on in my life. Because speaking to my dad, he would just like shut off, as all men know about their fathers, or you know, a lot of men. Just don't talk, don't open up. They just get on with it. You try and ask questions, and they're like, don't want to go there, so they just clam up, and you like have to not pry a bit and prise it open. And he told me that his dad, I didn't know this, but his dad was just a believer in Jesus. He didn't go to a church. I don't know if they're born again believers. I believe that they were, because of their love and their tolerance and their understanding of what I was like, and more than likely almost like a sense of they allowed that, they incorporated that into our family visits. And I didn't know that they my granddad believed. I knew my gran believed. She was a Bible believer. And that's where that's where our family King James come from, and her family line, her brother. So my granddad was like, and gran were like gentle Protestants, and my mum and her dad's side were like heathen Catholics. I don't mean to be derogatory about them, but they were more wild and base and crude and vulgar. Whereas my dad's dad was gentle, kind, patient, didn't speak, my gran wasn't a flapper. She's very gentle, very gracious, very quiet, only spoke when you needed to speak, except in conversations with my mum and my dad, in the setting, but they were just calm, very calm and influence. My dad was very blessed. I didn't deserve my parents. Even doing the wrong thing is an insult to all that they were, and they weren't perfect by a long shot. And they had their family problems, like all families. But I have that split in me, that blood in me, and that history, the Catholic history, and it's not nice. On my dad's side, the children were all mum's dad's side, and this is why they were the way they were, because of their treatment. They were shafted, sent over to the ghettos in Ukraine, what was Ukraine today. They were like liberal Catholics that the Catholic Church wanted to get rid of, and they were all sentimental about the Catholic Church, didn't know any different. invited to the promised land, and then they were massacred when they got there. Not immediately, but it was a switch. It's all planned. They've done it to the Jews. And then they're scattered, they're raped, burnt, and tortured, and only dusting got out of it. And that goes on all through their family history. That goes on my other side as well. And so I had that conflict. So with my granddad, now he was, an enigma, very, very hard man. He's in the military. He's in the Canadian military. I think he's in the Lorna Scots Guards. He was in every regiment. Nobody really knows what he done. His record, I don't think, really reflects. But I don't know who knows, because it's national security. You don't, if you sign the Official Secrets Act, keep your mouth shut. But his upbringing was orphanages. All their children, I think it's 13 children, all split up. A lot of the girls were just sex toys, and one of them had to kill the man to escape, and she was put in an asylum for almost a life sentence, and she endured that. And then she went on to prosper in the township. She's a right hero. And you just don't know you're born. And you have people in similar circumstances today going through the same experiences by the same people. And they all connect into military. They all connect into world power and kings and governments. They're an infection. And they infect the people that support them, Catholics. And I'm not against any of these people. But it should be public what they are. It should be shown clearly. And the gospel should be shown clearly. Islam should be shown clearly, no matter what Muslims say about it. Because they're deceived by it. And Islam is false. It's another model of Roman Catholicism. It's to conquer and dominate. And the only thing opposing it, this is why they want you to all hold hands and be one people. Because the only thing opposing what's wrong is Christianity. That's why it's not popular. That's why it's a rock. That's why you can't get rid of it. That's what they're trying to do. That's why they're trying to keep people ignorant. And people can't see it, and they've raised people not to be able to see it. They've hidden it. They've rewritten history. But they can't get rid of history because it's all recorded. But eventually they're just flush. All the digital information, press of a button, and all the paper's been gone. And they go, oh no, we didn't back it up. History, all right, well, we'll just start again. Here's our new system out. They've already got it. Here's what we done earlier. Oh, here's all the ribbons for the cancer. Oh, here's all this and here's all that. We're ready to go. Here's all the army uniforms. Oh, we had them in stock. Oh, what coincidence. World War II, and we had all the uniforms and the ammunition ready. Oh, wasn't that a jape? Wasn't that fortunate? We've got a computer system. Oh, we've got to need this, we've got to need that, ready to go. And on it goes. So these practices, and there's always bad practices by the Church of England also, they're not perfect. They kick back. But they don't go murdering children. They don't go trying to subvert Roman Catholicism. They don't try and twist it and break it up and confuse people so it conceals what the Bible teaches. But that's led the Protestant church astray. It's led the Anglican church to fracture. and you've got the Methodists, so you've got the right wing and the left wing of the Church of England, and you've got the rainbow on one side, and you've got the conservative on the other, and they're split, and now they're breaking away and falling over. What they should do is just, it should come out on the street, and all the lay ministers, all the priests should be disbanded, and anyone who wants to remain of the Church of England should just be able to freely take up the belief with no regulation, no rules. Let the Lord raise the people and fill the old church buildings and put some life back into them. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but that could happen. Do it properly. There's no women service in the church. It's not the woman's role to do the teaching and the preaching on the street and in congregations. Doesn't mean they can't speak and they can't work and they can't do this and do that. It's when you're representing the Lord's gospel. It needs to be an alpha male man. It needs to be someone who can stand up. Somebody knows how to, deal with this wicked world. Man's nature. Women don't understand fully man's nature. And what lies out there in the deep. And they're not equipped because they're gentle and not weak, but fragile. Women say they're strong, but it's, in sticks and stones, hey, break my bones, and names will never hurt me. I could hurt you with names. All these silly phrases to cover up a true principle. Words hurt. You say the wrong thing to a sensitive person with feeling, you can cut right into them, and that hurts. And that can be by words. You could say a horrible thing on purpose, or you can accidentally put your foot in it, hurt someone. And people try and live up to appearance. The world says women, we're not weak. No one's ever said women are weak. No one's ever said women aren't incapable. But when you look at this equality thing, right, you've got women's football, women's rugby. No way could you you could have mixed teams, but you couldn't have girls on boys, because there'd need to be a handicap, perhaps. But why don't they? If you're going to do it, why don't they? Why with snooker and darts? If you're into this sort of thing and you want to consider this, right? Snooker and darts, right? There's no physical harbouring. So why can't the females just enter into the World Championship that the men enter into? If you want equality, why haven't women just signed up for the men's tournament or the darts tournament? Why do they have to two separate in this field? And then they have separate fields in others and mixed, and they compete against each other in races. So you've got the women's heats and then you've got the men's heats. And they separate because of the power and the structure of the man and the woman. The women are more lighter, built differently, different roles in life. I'm not being sexist, just being honest. So why don't they put in the darts, put the women up against the blokes? Why can't the, in the strength, they might have weaker arms, but they can still beat a bloke at darts, still beat a bloke at snooker. They could beat them on the football pitch, but they could really get hurt and damaged. And it's a rough, horrible, crude game, football, all the filthy cheering. I don't know why. Women's football seems to be a bit more gentle-natured, behaved. And they're skilled and they're disciplined and they do things differently. in a different way according to their dynamic. They seem to be, where they went on and didn't they win the World Cup or something? They won some major championship. And they're going, yeah, see, we're better than boys, sort of thing. I know they're not saying that, but they have shown that their credibility and their mettle. But all this, when you try and legislate things, it all ties up in knots. It doesn't work, men are men and women are women. Or they're genetically hermaphrodite. But a hermaphrodite in the wild, I'm not talking about animals, I'm talking nature and plants. Hermaphrodite's a survival mechanism. So if it's a female plant and there's no seed around, because the males there's not many males, there's more females to males, so there's no chance of surviving. The plants and life and intelligence know this. So built into the plant's mechanism is a trigger which goes, oh no, it's late, and none of the plants around us are pregnant. None of us have got seed. And so there's a stressful environment can trigger a hermaphrodite flower to appear that's with plants with individual sexes. So it's a survival thing for it to survive and produce seed. But that has a consequence to the seed because it's self-pollinated, so it could be all male. The seeds can come out all male and sterile, or they could come out all female. And okay. So 99% of the time they come out all female. But when they pollinate again, they have that propensity to hermaphrodite. So understanding what way you have organically produced sexes that are confused, there's obviously something triggered that generationally, and it's come out in that person, whether that's, I'm not an expert, whether that's stress, whether that's genetically skipped a generation, or something happened a long time ago and it's affected that DNA, and then there becomes a problem, or it's a one-off problem, like I say, stress, or just an anomaly. But that sex is either one or the other. And in nature, it's usually predominantly the female that produces that's just plants, so you can't compare plants to males, humans, but that's what happens. It's a female frame, female biology, chemistry, but it produces a male. As well as having the female organs, it produces the male. But it is predominantly one or the other. And then it's like Siamese twins. Can you really undo that? That person is not a freak. That person has got a very right old mix, and they've got all that complication. They've got to live with that and figure out for themselves, well, what am I? Then they got all the pressures of the world telling them one thing and another, just pulling them apart. It must be hell. And that's the same with gender. Am I this? Am I that? Some of it's learned behaviour, some of it's choice, some of it's cultivated, some of it's conspired by pheromones or just by natural pollution in the tap water. All the hormones, all the injection, the animal farms, they put in tons and tons of antibiotics and to stop the things getting sick, and then they improve flavour with hormones and pheromones and all sorts of stuff, and that ends up in the water. And then you're drinking it, and then it's a soup. Goes round and round and round and round, never gets any fresher. And it just all ends up in the water. You think, oh, I don't want to drink the water. You can't drink the water. But sometimes you have to, you ain't got a choice. So, and if you distill it, it's a lot of money. Or you filter it to try and filter out the stuff. Carbon filters. But that's the cultivation of this dialect. The answers are there for these problems in the Bible, and through evidence in nature and science, lawful science with evidence and research and reason, and the increase of that knowledge, staying true and remaining true and consistent. So it's true science, not this false science with no evidence, just hearsay and backed by people who've told to say so, and lie and put up their families, so they can get on the seat, they can get honour, they can get a place on the ark, they can get their bed in the bunkers and in the VIP terraces, and look down on people, but pretend to be, serving the greater good. There must be a lot of celebrities with always carrying around a conflict from the way the way their mum and dad's raised them, and now they're seeing the heights of the inner world and the high life, and they've got to appease their conscience. They've got to do good and do charitable works, and if they really want to make a difference, they're up against it. And they can't say anything if they know something really evil and dark. They've got to keep their mouth shut, and then now they can't give up all their wealth, because they'll be ashamed of what people think of them for being a sellout. Like Matt Hancock, he's a sellout, feather in his nest. They're going to give him a right old beating in Big Brother house, and he's got to play the fool. And he'd bring the Tory party into a joke. Look at the Tories, even an ex-member of Parliament shouldn't put themselves into that. That just shows that their mentality and attitude, and they just want the limelight and the lick. They want the lick of their friends, because they're not allowed to say anything bad against each other, but they're all probably sharpening knives in the background against people, backbiting and measuring each other, who's who and what's what, fighting their consciences, pushing down their dinner. It's wicked, the way the media sways, the way the media blows the propeller around. And it isn't like that. It's not meant to be like that, because of the law and the apparatus and the people that used to be in there in some degree. They're always crowing about them. They're always putting them on a pedestal in books, but in our day and age, they're like raising up the wrong people and putting them on statues and blowing their trumpet rather than the real heroes, dumbing it down, putting up anti-heroes like William Mandela, and then shouting out that he's a hero, where he's a cold-blooded murderer. You wouldn't say he's a hero if he burnt one of your loved ones with rubber tyres, or was on the end of a group that done that sort of behaviour. You wouldn't say, oh, that's in the past, forget it. You wouldn't forget it if it was your sister or your brother or your mum and your gran or your granddad, or your business smashed up in a riot. I mean, they put the wrong people on the seats because that's what they want to do. Because they hate the good people, they hate the right, they hate the truth. And that's where we are. It's a crying shame. Right, I'm going to end now. But I just want to end with this point and thought. Imagine your family or your social circle talking, and you believe that you've got nothing to fear about Big Brother and giving up your rights and freedoms. And then really what you've got is you've got an intelligence team around all your family, looking for areas where they can blackmail one family member or a few family members, whatever the game is, whatever the intention is. Let's say it's just to pick off one person in your family. So say someone in the family has done something in secret and they're out their depth. And with the love and support of their family, they could, confess up and get the support to put it right and, try and restore some damage and get back on the right track. But say someone is all listening into that little mistake and they're watching on a daily basis. They go, oh look, that person's done that, had an affair or stolen or this and that, and they're like so frightened their family to find out that they'd do anything to keep it secret, but they don't want to continue. And then that person's interrupted, and this could be any age group, any person, and then they could say, yeah, we know what you've been doing, and if you don't do what we say, you're going to let your family know. And they go, oh, okay. And they have to do it. And they're led away and sifted or made to do something nasty against another family, getting cut away further from their family. Or it could be any nefarious end to use these crude tools to manoeuvre people, set up, hold one against the other, to destroy the lot or destroy somebody else, or just play mischief, have a laugh with your lives, start treating you like little virtual pets, turn your washing machine on and off at press of a button because you're a smart washing machine, turn up your heating and up and down, spy you through their spyware, listening, film you doing intimate things. They can blackmail you, got you in high definition in your bedroom with your wife or your lover, and they can say, look, it's not a video, but it's high definition. This is you. This is you. You can identify yourself. We got the recording of the sound from your devices. We know, we can hear your names. You're talking to one another. You can't deny it ain't you. If you don't do what we say, we'll post this all over Facebook or YouTube. Once it's out, damage is done. You'd be ashamed you'd do anything. What do you want me to do? Oh, I want you to target these people. I want you to do this. And don't ask questions, just do it. And then we'll leave you alone until we need you. It's like drug dealers. Push the drugs, get you hooked, and you're in their debt. You can't possibly afford. And they do you a little favour, then you give up more of your freedoms. Right, you're in the bag now. Do as we say. So just consider those thoughts. People don't. Oh, they wouldn't do that. Well, who's watching them? And look at the fruit and spill out all the malpractices through children, elderly. Look at all the case studies of the military getting caught testing on people. Elderly people, vulnerable people, people in prison, people in mental hospitals, people in a real vulnerable state of in their minds and in their lives, and in their frail, and they're playing around with voices and all sorts of horrible stuff. And people say, oh, I trust these people, because you've got good people among them, but the people among them deny that it exists, so they're not looking for it. So they don't consider it. It doesn't happen because they wouldn't do it. Oh, you can't do it because we're regulated. Yeah, but the people who do it are regulated. They don't care about the regulations. That's how they can do it over your shoulder and behind your back and walk amongst you like their mates. You can't tell the difference because you've got no discernment. You just think, that's their personality, they're just like that. No, that's because they're dark, and you can see what somebody, when somebody stands out. I'll tell you this: good people shine and they light up. These people can't shine and light up. They just look down and walk away. And when you expose something, all the people who are dark and can't handle it shut down and walk away. All the good people gather around you, and they're a light, they're glowing. And you're not shortchanged by those people. You get what you give, you get back what you've given. And all the other people, and that's not, it doesn't mean that everyone's evil or a psychopath. It could be that they're, with bad intentions, but they are absent of that light, of that love in their life. And they're in all places, they're in all families. So you consider those, when all the Mad Hatters get in the seats and get hold of the technology and all the, and when you get robbed and there's something bad happens to your family or something bad politically, and then these people are controlling the security tapes and with crimes that they want to shaft people with, that they got all the footage, but when it comes to the footage of somebody who wants justice, we've lost it, we don't know where it's gone, and they lie. Oh, we can't find that. Or they trigger accidents with traffic lights. They're controlling the traffic lights, so they're switching them on and off, playing around, mucking around, see what they can get away with. And they got all these weapons. They can dazzle you in the eyes or shatter your concentration when you're driving along the motorway. They can make you faint. They can make you have a panic attack or a sweat, or they can make you agitated. Imagine all the little games they can play. It's like chopsticks. They're sticking these chopsticks to move snails around, steer the snails where they want them to go. These invisible chopsticks, working their craft. And that's what people want. That's what people blindly accept, because they don't consider the truth. And that's what I was revealing and have been revealing, and all the root of it, and all the activity and the way it works, and how it preys on nature. It preys on people doing it anyway, because it cultivates that in people's hearts, and they serve it by default, and then the people in charge can steer that and shape it to their advantage for people to turn a blind eye, so they can get on with it and no one says anything. And they even recruit people who get away with it. They become sharp and they like power over people. And then all those people climb to the top, and all the good people get out and get heartbroken and try and speak out against it, and time again it's ignored. Oh, it doesn't exist, move on. We'll do a little reshuffle. But somebody's controlling all the activity, managing it. Somebody's overseeing it. But who's overseeing the overseers? Apart from God Almighty. And he's bound because of agency, you see. So it's down to the devil, and he's overseeing it. He's got his eyes and ears everywhere. And he influences it. He gives the commands, and the world jumps. He pulls the strings and tightens up the narrative. He's got his eye out on what's leaking, so he can cover it with his media and the powers and the move-ins. So the story don't break, the truth doesn't break out. And then the media wash over the top of it and create a bit of theatre and get a load of good people to support it. And then people get sharpenly start supporting it without knowing what's going on. And it's rich for them to say. The royal family are, you know, they've had their hardships and they've had their emotional hardness and their lives, but they got a royal cushion to sit on. We haven't got royal cushions. We got royal backsides sitting on us from all the knightheads and all the phonies that couldn't defend our country if you know, if they had all the weapons in the world. They'd run a mile. They would freeze because they're pleasers. They're yes people and they're followers. Who's going to pick it up and get the army going? We ain't got the money to see it through because we've given up everything, given up all our rights, all our wealth, all our potential to make wealth. We're all reliant on other private people now, and they're not going to give it up. They ain't gonna share it. So they just sit around judging people for being stupid and useless eaters and expendable because they're the elect. They're the Freemasonic elect, or they're the elite people, the illuminated. And they go, well, I had a tough life and I've made it good. Well, that's because you've got that heart and spirit. You're prepared to compromise and lie, leave your family and go off after a career and chase the high seats, forsaking all that's good for your moment of glory. All these families that are broken through this behaviour, and then raise that way as if it's normal. Stiff upper lip, get on with it, ignore your problem, your heart crying out. And I think that's the problem with a lot of families, and that's what the royal family are struggling with. They got that tear, they got that separation, and there's no one really qualified on the planet to put it all back. And they could all do that amongst themselves. They could do that with the Lord. He could intercede. But it could all be theatre, you see. I know this is always my consideration. Prince Harry and Meghan go through this phony breakup and they go away. And they create this, he's the big bad wolf, my dad. This is what... So he's bringing out his book, and I thought the picture looked like, a mean, fierce King Henry VIII. He's really tough and fierce. And I think Harry and William have been robbed of their real potential. And I wonder if Harry was deliberately separated, craftily, and they've worked on his personality and nurtured the resentment, so he becomes he builds him, goes his own way, he becomes his own man, but he's got that hardness, he's got that resentment, or that whatever he's carrying. I can't speak for him, and that creates the character. That's how these royal people breed their children. They give them a tough time, make them tough, like they don't want wet nannies. But what they do is they break them apart and then try and remodel them in a mould, and they become part of that mould. They become hardened. You look at William, he's quite a gentle man, and Kate, and then you look at Harry and Meghan, they're a different personality type. But Harry and William seem to share the same heart. and they're brothers. And William's like his mum, and I don't know who Harry. See, I recognise genetic traits and personality traits, and Harry doesn't look like Charles. He's not got his dad. He doesn't look like Lord Mountbatten, and he doesn't look like any of the other brothers of the Queen, the sons of the Queen. And it makes me wonder if he's been a different breed. He's been bred someone. He's a different bloodline. I think. Oh, is he one? Have they tried to breed get Diane to have an affair, set her up, break up her and Charles, set up Diana with one of the original Tudor bloodlines to give their bloodline, get out their bloodline, the German bloodline, give her the new heir, which would be, in this hypothesis, in this consideration, not a conspiracy theory. I'm not saying this is going on, I'm just suggesting and reasoning it through, critical thinking, and saying that give him more legitimacy and either disable William for being able to inherit the throne and having a go at Charles and getting him off. And then the next in line would be Harry, and he's handled and he's in somebody's pocket and he's been groomed, but he's been bred to feel resentful and separated from his family craftily by craft. And the people behind it have planned it in phases, bit by bit by bit by bit. Oh, let's do this and do that and do that, and we can do this and that happen, and we can move in, and then that happen, and then we can take the seat, and then we're all ready. It's all, and they all could be aware of it, or only one or two could be aware of it. None of them could be aware of it. It could be a dirty game played on that family. And going with all the technology available, and they've been encouraged to allow it and support it. The Queen's allowed all this. I think the contract from the Chinese was done, and they're using it and knowingly using it to spy on people. And the Queen's allowed all these cell towers, these wicked cell towers outside our country. It's a military weapon. It's like a Trojan horse. You let them in, and then you're in the pocket of the people who are making the money because you've agreed to it. And it was Barry Trower who said, speaking to kings and governments, that once you do that, you can't back out because you're contracted. And so, who's behind that and who's manoeuvring? What potential machinations could be played against the gunpowder plot? There's people with councils working day to day and manoeuvring to get events to happen, to get things into place, and then they can spring a trap, or if things go wrong, they can try and bring it back round and get the ball in the net. So let's just suggest and consider: could Harry? Could it all be a stage, or could they all be playing a game to get what they want, and they're living it out as actors? So Kate's acting, William's Prince Harry's acting, Prince William and the King. That sounds ridiculous. It's more likely that the influences behind them are leading, are cultivating, and they're conditioned to go along with it. And the technology is available, the intelligence is available, the spies, the spooks are capable, and that's how the military do things. That's how military overthrow governments. That's how it's been done on other nations. It's not beyond possibility. It's not paranoia. It's not conspiracy theory. It's a potential threat. And I'm sure that's something the security services, the caring ones, the lawful ones, look out for to protect the royal family. And now they got Harry's over in America, and he's just surrounded by lots of new influence and power. It's a new world to him, and he could be, it's not unknown for wives to marry men just to handle them, and behind their wife is a load of other dark people who've been bad for generations. And that happened to Muhammad, the prophet, the Islamic prophet. He had a Catholic handler, his first wife, to lead him into that mindset. He couldn't read or write, so he had help. And so the pattern of the Islamic faith is identical to the Catholic Church. It's a militia. It's got two faces, it's got two arms. It's got a secret arm, which is lies, like the Jesuit oath, they lie. Muslims lie. Islam teaches you to lie. And a lot of foolish, naive, deceived people see all the good to it, you see, and they become the false face of it. And then all the dirty work's done in the background, like the Catholic Church, and no one says anything. I know Muslims who wouldn't do that. Well, you don't know, you only know that you don't see the half of it. And then they're connected to all the other religions, with all their sex rings, you see. The Mormons, Church of England, the Masons, the Pakistanis, the Afghanis, the Turkish, the Romanians, the Albanians, they're all part of the same circles. They're all connected to the same organisations. Utilised, dotted up. They're not like a building. They are an organic movement, and they can turn it on and off and disappear and live double lives, and you don't see it. And you could be working all your life next to someone who goes home and sacrifices children. You wouldn't know any different. You don't know what people get up to. And it's not how do you protect it. It's not about protecting it, it's about preventing it in the first place by living right and having strong families. Every family's strong, you see. And then you're not going to have those people around you. You leave your door open. But now you can't. You've let the bogeyman in, let lighters in. It's saturated, spoilt our generations and children, ruined us as adults. And now we're at the crowning party of it. And soon King Charles is going to be king, and he's got to deal with all this somehow. And then you're going to have more of the same grand slam of speculation and activity and hype with Harry's book and all this stuff, and it's going to thrash on and thrash on. Nothing is going to change, and those behind the deviousness carry on getting. That's all part to play it out until they get what they want, until they can take the Bible out, destroy all the historical records, and introduce their new system and their apparatus to go with it, and their security measures and their districts and their prison areas, and then the hook to make you do it or trick you into doing it and sifting out those against it. And when they got the right number of people who are willing, it's going to outvote the rest, and the rest will be persecuted. While at the moment, currently, they're chewing up the ranks, picking out all those people that are potentially opposed to it or getting aware of it. So people need to wake up and, put them on the back foot, turn around the advance, break up and turn and fight the direction it's coming from in your life. Stand it out, shout it out when you see the enemy. But nobody does it. People are too frightened, and the ones that do either get murdered or silenced and have to go around knocking on doors and community centres and posting videos on a poor platform to get the word out, and the platforms available are controlled. The narratives are controlled narratives, and when a story comes out, they'll create 1,000 narratives to blur the truth and smother it. So no one gets to find the grassroots, and then when people hear hearsay about something, it's all muddied. And then people who are sharing things don't say where it's come from. They just tell people what's happening, but they don't give the person the credit or where to go and get the original source. So then that just distorts the fact, the truth. Because it's in people and it's in the mechanisms that control the narrative. So they just throw it on the table and you get the same reaction, a predictable reaction, fire. And then nobody knows what, amongst all the confusion and debating and thrashing it together in a negative sense, not banging your heads together to come up with a right answer to thrash it out until you all agree that, oh yeah, we got there in the end, this is what we should do, and it's clear to everybody, and then they go forward. Not that kind of debate. This is a pointless debate. It's a endless chewing up debate of opinion, and nothing ever gets resolved. But among that, there are outcomes of good stuff, and people get edified. But it's always mixed with the confusion, or it's done in private and you don't see it, or it's done in families every day. It's done in companies every day. People don't need to be told how to behave, but when it comes to politics and the media, they are wild. And that affects everyone else's behaviour, because they're trying to generate the new fad, or the new phase, or the new craze, or the new trend. And then they get the royal family to wear the clothes and sell the jewellery, sell the dresses, sell the image, sell the lifestyle. And so these things should really be considered. So my prayers are to be for intervention and for some truth and some real genuine family restoration and growth. I've got this ideal image and hope that King Charles and Camilla come out, confess they're born again, and what they've done, say, look, yeah, I've done the wrong thing, and the Lord blesses them openly, and they're shining and they're happy, and then all their family attract to them like a magnet to their love, and then they're all fixed, happy ever after. And then the king corrects government, and then people in government are saved, and then they all back out, and then they do the right thing, and then that turns the country, that turns the public, and we all unite and stand up against the enemy and the tyranny, and then that lifts the generations that we're looking out for, our children, and in the future, and we have something left at least from the mess. And then we will prosper, and then we can build over the old stuff with new stuff, and we can build, and there'll be money to go around, and it will start to build up again, and people that provide for other people to go and help themselves. But the truth is, all this money's out there. You could say to these people, here's a chunk of money, I'm investing you, I'm going to support you, make sure you get me a profit, and when you're up and going, and earning your own money, off you go, and I'll withdraw my help. And they don't even have to expect any money back. As long the reward for them is for them to be profitable and get an increase themselves. They're not looking for a return on their investment. They're looking to take their investment, increase someone else, come away, what they've spent, they can get it back by their own increase. Then they can go and do it to another person, and off they go. You know, I always question these water adverts, these donate to these villages. But where's the African people standing up? Where's the support behind them to, in their own nation, to have the initiative to have clean water by now and running water and pipelines? Why, on deep wells? And who's stopping them from doing that? So they have to rely on charity. And then people have to go out there and try and get these these things up and running. But then they've got to be refunded because they're not making a profit. They're just utilities to serve people. So I always take the wrong approach, and it's down to people to go and subsidise their poverty. What's blocking those people from flourishing? Somebody don't want them to flourish. Is it them because they're lazy? I don't think so. Someone's come along and say, "Oh, this is how you're going to live." Then they've left them to it, robbing them for generations, and then they're left around. Well, you've robbed us, told us what to do to serve you and your interest, or blocking our interests, stopping us from doing what we want to do. Now you're telling us to, get our countries prosper. And people stand around looking around what they got left to do that. They've got no money. They've had all their minerals and gold nicked by investors, exploiting them to do all the digging. And it's their land and their minerals and their wealth being taken, and they're treated like guinea pigs and expendable people, savages. That's Darwinism. They're just savages. They're ignorant. And the truth is, they're not. They're just like intelligent family members with love and understanding and, the wisdom of the experience of the elders and the grands and granddads and the parents growing up, passing that knowledge. They have adult conversations with one another. They can laugh. They've got a sense of humour. They're no different. And then you get these silly theories, Darwinism. Oh, they're the stupid species. They're dumb. No, they're just different. They've got a different country and a different lifestyle, but they're the same people with the same hearts. They smile. They smile more than anybody. They're all smiling because they're content and happy. But then people try and destroy that, stop them being happy and prospering. Maybe they don't want big companies. Maybe they don't want wealth. All they want is a field to grow and grow food, feed their families, and raise their children to do the same. They've got their freedoms and they're providing for themselves. They're not interested about multinational business and getting advertising and having all that outgoings. Don't need that. Just need a Wendy Miller. Have your own little enterprises and for the community and to get by. You don't need money. You need food. And if you need money, you have money to go and buy tools. And then save and build money and then get increase, and then you get more money. You don't need riches unless you want a rich lifestyle. You're just living within your means and you're content with that. And your children are content and happy. You're not agitated, you're not distracted by the rubbish in the world, the poor and the lust, the pomp and all the fake vanity of loads of minions with their hooks in their lip, up their noses. Following everyone else, being led by the carrot. And children follow suit, generations follow suit, thinking it's the norm. And people ain't got minds of their own, they're just looking to see what everyone else is doing. I don't want to feel an idiot. Or they want to identify. And the world goes off in its image and people go, oh, where's my place in the world? And they create an identity, rather than being themselves and seeing the world for what it is. Try and rob you of yourself, your true self. and your freedoms. And be happy, truly happy and fulfilled, not filled up with sweets and candy and gas and lights. And people have been sold a pottage. People have been sold a, like at the market where they're selling, hyping something that's really basic, like a pen, and they're hyping it as it's got magic functions and it never runs out, and people swallow it up because all the hype behind it. Magic pens, 20 quid. Don't lose out. Don't miss out on a magic pen. I'm going to run out today. Everyone's buying them. Come get your magic pen. And when people start buying them, people start questioning. Oh, maybe they are magic. Can't be. It's foolish. It's just a big biro. But people swallow it up, lap it up. And they're exploited, and it's plain to see, the plain truth, in plain sight. And these people like to wink and laugh at you. Look at this Just Stop Oil. It's got the little skeleton with a winking on it, right? And it's already been identified who's funding that. And it's the same with Extinction Rebellion, Black Lives Matter. Get all these little movements, the public take them up. No one sees who's behind it. And these people are so deceived, and they swallow the bait. And they use the climate crisis, and these people fear, panic, and they do these stunts, and they take the wrong approach to deal with the climate problems, with the world's problems, environmental problems. Trying to change people's behaviour by bad behaviour doesn't work. Vandalising, criminal, breaking the law to justify lawlessness, for more law to support lawlessness. And could be, it really could be exposed, but it's not meant to be exposed because the people filming it are showing it and holding it up in a whatever light, are still supporting it. They could still expose it on national telly. They could come out and say what it is, like I just have, but they won't. Like many people know. A few people dare to say, but the mainstream media don't. And there's all the satanic and Luciferian cults behind them. These people are members of things that people don't know about. And they go, oh no, it's silly, there's no secret societies, there's no witchcraft, there's no magic. People don't understand it, what it actually is. And they don't know the power of it, or the evil of it, and the deception of it. And it's a deceiving spirit, mediums and sorceries and necromancy, peeping, all sorts of stuff, which is a deception, which is a false religion, that the yin and yang, that evil is good and good is evil, that they work in harmony together. You need one for the other one, so it's justified to do bad, to do good. It's not true. That's another deception, that we can all be one. And they use yin and yang and the ban the bomb, and they're all witchcraft. There's all a secret little order behind them, trying to get them to take root and people to grow in people. They use Harry Potter. They use influence people who influence other people, and the deception deceives other people. And people think, I'm innocent, I haven't done that. I didn't intend to promote witchcraft. I didn't understand what I was doing. I'm just researching and putting it all together. And now I'm suddenly this demon. People are of the world, take on the spirit of the world, and then they serve the world to get their way in the world, and then the deception increases and increases and increases. And people don't understand what's behind it. It's people knowingly cultivating this in people. And you don't see them. They're the ones who put the token in the top and in the box, in the theatre. You don't see their fingers, you just see the thing enter onto the stage and it's taken up. It's like the anchor man on the newsreader. You don't see all the people shouting in his ear, "Oh, don't say that, don't say that," and all the control and the editing and the program in the background, for good or for bad. And then when it does become public, like I think it was Janet Street Porter once said about the mainstream media, the BBC. I think she was on the BBC and close to the director, referring to a time where about the celebrity paedophile outbreak, and she was saying, how quickly the BBC used to get on top of that and cover the story. She meant mask it, so it doesn't roll out and, become wild. It's to control the story, to get control over the story so it doesn't break. And then move on to another story to minimise it, give it only a quick light in here and there, and when it's raised again, just move on and try and contain the outbreak. And that's what the BBC and ITV and Channel 4 and all those, they're all together to mask what's really going on. It's not what they're showing you, it's what they're not telling you and showing you. They don't show all the stories. GB News doesn't show all the stories. They're just showing you a few of what the other one's not showing, but they're not really telling you, for whatever reason, what's really going on. But they could be part of it. It's just the new thing. That ain't working anymore. We've got to change the model. The Tory party's broke. We need to replace it with a new thing to rattle, because we're not quite there yet. Let's get a new party and get people to get it up and going. And once that's in Parliament, from there we can get to here by going where we want to with the political system or the new rules or the New Deal or whatever ideas are placed on the table that people take up and start debating about and giving it airtime and saturating the airways with more confusion and more frustration and more disappointment and more despondency. Just shaking people up, wearing them down, which is an alarming sign in itself, because that's what they do before they strike. They wear you down so you've got no resistance. So that could be a machination, a secret machination that incrementally plays out. That kind of assault on your liberty, assault on your freedom, assault on your ability to have any money, and then your ability to earn any money, pay off any debts, and recuperate any savings. So you're going down on a negative. That's what I'm doing. I'm living on savings, and I've got no income, no chance of an income, no chance of a doctor, no chance of a help from Parliament or the royal family. So I'm trying to cope, look after myself, and like everyone else, trying to save money and live within my means. But budget what I have got I'm not getting an income, so I'm on a completely different budget. I've got to make what I've got blindly last. I don't know how it's going to last, how long it's going to last me. I have to plan and try and figure out how can I make this money last. I can't do that anymore. It's going to sap it instantly. So I've got to cut that out. I've got to cut this out. I've got to stop doing that. I've got to try and stop doing this, and I can do that, and I can save here and there, and I just about get through skin of my teeth. And I pray that for the most vulnerable people and people struggling, that they get through, they get by. And if I don't know if there's what government help's available. I don't want to be a burden, and I've got difficulty finding out where do you go and what help's available, and usually the help available, I think, well, I don't need, you're giving people money that they don't need, and making it hard for people who need the money to get it. It seems like an insult. And there's people who've got houses who are rich, who get benefit, and they're the sort of people that shout, "Oh, you're lazy, you don't deserve, you should work, you should be whipped for having income support." And then you get families who can't make ends meet, who have to rely on subsidy benefits or supplementary incomes and handouts, and struggle, while other people not only have it easy and don't need the money, they claim it anyway. And there's that case in, I think it was Lambeth Council, and everyone on the council were crooks, and they were putting their families in the council houses and then renting them out to packing them with loads of different migrants. That's why they want immigration's good, because they can nick all the council houses, pack them with illegitimate rent, have somewhere to live for nothing, make money on the back of misery and exploitation of not only minorities and other people, which they can go over to another country and run out a campaign. England people are lazy. They need you. You're the sort of people we're looking for. And they all come out with pride, the English, and they do. They're sort of licking the boots of the people who invited them to do the best job that they can. They get the favour, but they don't realise that they're walking over the top of loads of other people who've been badly mistreated, and they're all waving their flags for the country and the NHS and all that stuff, because they haven't seen what goes on. Like the people on council estates have, like the Windrush generation have seen up front in their faces how they're treated. It's no different to how we're treated and how other commoners are treated. And the middle class ain't got a clue. They think, you look down on you. And the upper class know, that the upper class are like the lower class, despise the middle class because they're snobs. Not all middle class people are snobs. But the generalisation and the attitude that it generates in people. Give someone a nice sports car and they think they're the bee's knees, and they wouldn't give you a time of day. If you're scruffy urchin and begging, you're just a criminal or potential this and that or the other. And people don't realise what goes on, but there's people who see the whole picture and they keep all the knowledge for themselves in the name of national security, so they can farm and manipulate that information. That used to be protected, it's supposed to be protected and used by the right people, and it's probably still going on, but those people don't see what's going over their shoulders and behind their backs, because they won't look, or they can't look, they're stopped from looking, they're blocked. So all the people with intelligence doing the good, looking out for criminals, people behind them have got all the same intelligence and using it for bad, and controlling the good, directing it where it wants it to go, where it wants it to sniff. Go on, Bassett, sniff over there, we're dealing over there. Then they get a tip off, and then the Bassett goes, oh, there's something over there. And they turn around and go to the other side, and they go, I better tip them off, the Bassett's coming. And then they scatter, and the Bassett don't find nothing, and the arm stops looking and goes back sniffing somewhere else, and then they reappear. Crafty. People are devious. Councils are devious. Potentially, companies are devious. They conspire to win the market, corner the market. So they have, we'll do this phase 1, do that for a few years, and this will be phase 2, and then phase 3 will take over the market, and there'll be no competition. We'll sit back and get fat. That was exposed as the tobacco industry by a Canadian journalist. She investigated all the adding chemicals to tobacco that give you cancer. And then they control all the labelling and all the photographs on it, all the ugly photographs. That's all caused from smoking. It's caused from the chemicals in the smoking, and it's caused for the additives in foods and all that rubbish, all the sweeteners and all the preservatives, all to make you sick, crush your immune system, so you become poorly and need medicines. And then you go to the handlers and the people who've been trained to sell the poison, like doctors and nurses. Doctors and consultants just give out tablets, because that's how the money goes round, you see. So you become collateral. It's more interested in making money in the face of good health, but they've left good health and practice behind. They don't practice what they used to in the hearts. That there's no. You only get a few people who hold to that heart, that you treat anyone at any expense to save that life, right? That's in people's hearts, but it's not in the law and the regulation. And the people whose hearts it's in don't stand up against the laws and regulation, and it grows up on around them, and then you get these new ideas among those people, and they don't live by that philosophy. So you could be being treated by a nurse and a doctor who treats you like that, we'll do everything regardless of the cost, and we can't afford it, we're going to do it anyway. We'll look after you. We've all experienced that. And then you get moved to another ward and they're not like that. They're cold as ice. Oh, we ain't got the money. And what we do, we send them away. We need to get up, but we need the bed space. What we do, well, we send them here, that'll affect them and they get sick, and then we move them to that ward. And then just kill them off. Trip them up, shake them about, kill them off. And you've got somebody overseeing that regulation and taking power of attorney away from you, and from the family, keeping it out the eyes of the family. And I've seen, when I worked in the mental health area, the NHS were always fighting for beds, and it was like the fallout was that they're just trying to, getting people out so they can put somebody in their bed to keep the money turning. And then they're letting people out into the street, and they were losing heart and then killing themselves, or you got dangerous people roaming around with serious illness that can be a danger to you and themselves. And then, so they're not keeping the rules that they section that person with. They got the rights to section someone for the safety of themselves and the public, and then the next minute they're letting them out to free up beds. I saw it on a daily basis. And you get this hemorrhage of life and blood, and then the public suffer the consequences. And those people have become victims of having to trust these people because they've got lawful attorney over them. Same with hospitals. Once they've got lawful attorney, you can't do nothing. You can't challenge it. And you might have the laws on your side to overturn it, but your loved one will be dead by then. And they'll ignore it, they'll disappear, they'll lie, they've got false records, and they'll throw spanners in the works and just keep their mouth shut. They won't make themselves liable. They just shut up, threaten anyone if they say anything. And people know it. People in the NHS have seen it and know it, but they don't speak out. And they're guilty, and those that do get ridiculed as nutters and paranoid and schizo and tinfoil hat wearers, conspiracy theorists. And then you get the ignorant grinning people who think, oh, that doesn't happen, and that they support the lie ignorantly. And then you got the people who are practicing it, laughing, stepping back and going, oh, these fools. They can't see it, they can't prove it. And people wonder why there's all these malpractice cases bulging out, and then you get parliamentary procedures. Oh, this must never happen again, which is whitewash because it continues to happen. You get one individual case and it gets exposed, and they only say that because they have to. They're not repentant. They just say, oh, that must never happen again. We change the regulation and we'll oversee it, throw more money in it, and on it goes, because the blind can't see it. The right arm won't look at the crime. They won't investigate those areas. They won't monitor and have security on it. They got the technology, and the even computer algorithms could highlight it and find it if they were had their eyes on it, and then they were investigating it. Right, I'm going to close. And there are good people in the police, and there are good people in the hospitals, and there are good people in the military intelligence, but they're also the opposite. And I think sometimes when I've been gaslighted or gang-stalked, sometimes it's by people perhaps keeping an eye on me, because they're aware of it, you see, but they're not going to come out and say that they know it's going on. So they're bound by secrecy, and they're just to me they're just part of the problem. But I've sensed that. I've had people circling me, kind of thing. And but there's no nastiness in it. They're just looking. They're just there silently, backing off. They're not listening to my phone and that. They're just keeping an eye on me. They might be monitoring my activity, but they're not interfering. They're not got anything against me. Maybe they're looking for the people who are. I don't know. Trying to catch the shadow. And it can already see what they're doing, so it withdraws. And then it changes its track and does it a subtle way, so the right hand can't. It's got a, as the criminal advances, the police have to step up to advance. And then the criminal learns to get a bit more devious like water, and then the police have got to raise their game to raise to the challenge of the new crime wave, or the way forward. It's relentless. So you can't all say, look, let's all just get on in the world, let's all be friends. All the thieves will go, yeah, all right then. We'll live in your house, and then you wake up in the morning and everything's gone. And they've moved, taken all your wealth and gone to another country, set their own country up, and set you on fire in your bed while you're asleep in your bed. You can't trust evil people. You can't. The Christian faith can't hold hands with all the other faith systems because they don't agree. And that's what they're there for, to destroy the truth, to destroy the real McCoy. They're not the real deal. They're all backstreet trainers. They've all been made in a massive manufacturing place. They're not hand stitched and crafted they're not washed in the blood of life. They haven't got the living waters in them. Their God doesn't answer them. Their gods don't give relationships or listen to the prayers and wailing and whatever the worshippers believe. They don't answer their prayers. They don't come down and die and bleed and die and save that person. Their religions don't say you're a nasty sinner. They don't tell them the truth, that right and wrong. Don't mix with these criminals. They just have bits of the goodies from the word, from the truth, and they incorporate it into their religion. But it's mixed up with something else. But the only God who come amongst the human race was Jesus Christ. So we could know him and have a relationship with him, and he died for us. No, Allah didn't die for us. Muhammad didn't die for us. They're all out for themselves and lording it over people. And then they rob all the goodies out of the Bible and put their practice, say you got the same morals in it, then you have taken from the whole in Christianity, the truth. And the right model of family values, the right model of the creation and the human race and the psychology of the human race, the nature of the human race, the nurture, the inheritance and the blood. And they're trying to change it so they can own a narrative to keep people away from the truth. And all these faiths are lies. And incorrect. And they're heresy. And they are deceptive in nature. You only have to look at the fruits of them. The way to look at what the Lord taught. Look at the fruit. Look at the root. When you think of trees and grafting, you can have, say you had a sour root tree that brought horrible sour poisonous fruit, and you cut it right back to the stem, right down to the trunk. But the roots are healthy. And from that heart, it sprouted all new branches and grew. And then you cut out a couple of those branches, and you graft into sweet fruit into them, and they take and graft into the tree. So on that branch, it produces it's got lovely, nice, edible fruit on it. But all the natural branches of that trunk and stump are poisonous and sour. So, but you use the root of it to graft in an orange tree or an orange branch or an apple branch or a lemon branch or a lime branch or some fruit branch. But it's using the root of the bitter plant. So you're using something good that is visible, but hidden in the root of it, in the ground, is something poisonous and sour. And the graft is a deception, it's a trick, it's a manipulation. It's not natural. It's something natural has crafted it. And that's what the world's like. It uses good branches grafted into an evil trunk. And then that fruit looks nice like an orange, smells like an orange, but you bite it, it's poisonous and sour because of the root. And that's what happened to Israel. In some regard. And they become wild and brought forth the wrong fruits. But they are of the good tree, they're not of the sour tree, they're not of the poisonous tree, they're of the good tree. And they're either grafted into themselves, into the ground, and they do their own religion and they worship like Amos says, they worship their Moloch. They've created that symbol for themselves. It's self-worship. and then they have their power and their rituals and their secrecy, and they are serving themselves, and they're serving the idols of the ancient world, the gods, Moloch and Shittim or something, Chittim, a name for some deity that they worship or some power that they use. And they've got their, like Freemasonry, they've got their religious orders and their degrees. But it's self-worship. It's going about to establish your own righteousness, because they're good branches, but they're rooted into their own wilderness. And then their fruit looks really good. They're really clever. They're really talented, and everyone looks at awe at the fruit they produce. But it's bitter and it goes sour. And then you've got those good branches also used up in the Gentile world, grafted into the bitter tree, into the sour fruit, the wild fruit. And it has the same effect. You see the good fruits of the Israelites, the Jews, but it's sour, it's bitter, it's grafted into something wrong. And then you've got the good fruit that isn't rooted into itself. It's just like looking, it's lost, but it's not gone sour, and it's not worshipping itself. It's looking for a home. It's looking for the true place to graft into. They're looking out for their Messiah, and they don't believe in the Moloch worship. They worship God and love the scriptures and the Torah. And then the other group love the Kabbalah and all the idolatry, like Masonry, and all the craft and all the position in the world. And they just hold hands with all the other people, and they play out this Zionism, anti-Semitic rhetoric. And those little people, those Jews who are faithful Jews and looking for their place, are singled out and persecuted, and they don't cry out for them, because they persecute them as well. And that's the same with the Christians, by the same party on the Christian people. And the two persecuted groups are separate, and they don't mix together, but they got the same hearts. The only difference is our heart's being given to us. Their hearts are alone, and they're disconnected from the main heart. They got the heart already. We were of the wild fruit, and we obtained the heart, what they've got as a gift, but they're separate. They're kept out in the dark, and always have been for centuries. That's the real Jews. That's the ones you want to be careful about and considerate for. But they're the people that take the kick for all the other badly behaved world. And that's what creates the anti-Semitism, because the bad people amongst the world do all the dirty work in the name of Zionism, or Christianity, or Islam, and then all the good people of those groups suffer. Like all the good people of Islam, all the people with family values get the bad rap and the reputation. And you pray and you think, well, you are so wasted in that, and you're representing something falsely. You're really stunted. You are a wonderful person. You really should be. You would benefit the world so much if you had that heart and you were in the Lord. You think, well, I have the Lord, and you put me to shame, and you're lost. And I can see you're lost, but I can see your heart and your talent, and I can see that in Indians, I can see that in Africans, I can see that in the Jews, I can see that in the English, in the French, in the Germans, in the Chinese and the Japanese. All over the world you see the same fruit and heart, but it's lost. It doesn't know it's where the true stump is, where the real root is of the good tree, the healthy tree, and the rock and the living waters of the well. that you never need to, you only need to draw it once and drink, and then you got it everlasting in you, what Jesus taught about to the Samaritan. You drink of this water, you never thirst. And the Samaritan woman said, "Oh Lord, give me some of that drink." And he said, I am that drink, drink. I am that life, I am that light. Did he not say that? And did he not draw her out of that deep well unto himself? And she was filled and went and run and told everyone, "I've got the living water, come and have a drink." And he stood there waiting for the harvest to come running to him. They all came running out to him, and he saved them. They were saved. They believed him and were saved. And they were Jews. They were Samaritans. They were mixed. So he's going after his sheep out in the wilderness. And he went for his sheep in the big houses first. He went for the biggest first to try and strengthen that which remained, and then he went out on the outskirts to reach out to all the poor, forgotten people of that race. And that's his heart. That's his order, But all the time he's got everyone on his mind and heart. But he done things in a perfect order, the way he done it. To the Jews first, and then it went out to the Gentiles. He put his own family first. He didn't need to put himself first because he's God. But he put all those around him straight away in line. Anyone who come to him, he put them straight, fixed them. Then he went to the main houses, the big houses, the royal houses. Then he went to all the houses, all down the rank and file, to the poorest, to the beggars, to the lepers, to the handicapped, to the sick, to the broken, to the mental, to the possessed, to the blind, to all those illnesses, and healed them without, whether they had faith or not. And he was the most brightest light that the world's ever seen and will ever see. And people didn't know that he was God, didn't believe he was God. Some people accounted him as being a devil and a cheat, possessed. Others just wanted to see the fanfare and the miracles, but they didn't want to believe and follow him, so they missed out. And those that believed sort of saw more miracles and more love, and they had it themselves. And he even allowed people to go and perform miracles on his behalf while he was on the earth. When he went up, the miracles went with him, and they waned, and everyone becomes sick. There's no healings, and we live by the faith in that and remembrance of that. And the miracle is the receiving of your salvation, and then the healings come. Then the miracles come, not the miracles like them, the sign miracles, like floating an axe head on the water, the Old Testament, or commanding the weather at will, because we've got the faith. We have to go through God and ask, and he says no, he's not going to do it, you can't tempt him. And so the miracle is your forgiveness and knowing the Lord and your salvation. That's the miracle today. That's the miracle I've received. That's the miracle I've seen other people receive. And that's the miracle anyone can receive. And that exposes all the fake miracles, all the trickery and deceptions, and the roundabout, conveyor belts, treadmills, the beads and deeds, and all the fake window dressing and masks, the veneer and the clowns, the circus clowns and the actors and the players and all the puppets and the puppeteers, the leaders and the followers, the instigators and the barged and the coerced. And I'll close there. So that's a long video. So God bless in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.